All right, good morning. Today's Wednesday, December 1st, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting. The month of December, Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
Thank you. Today, we'll be covering all items noticed on our December agenda. Madam Secretary, let's proceed with public comments, please.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
Okay. Anyone wishing to make a public comment, please step forward to the podium. Let's start in Las Vegas. A full audience here. All right, no one? What about Carson City? Is there anyone there? Okay. It doesn't look like we have anyone, Madam Secretary. So that will close our public comment section. Madam Secretary, the next item on our agenda is the approval of the prior month's disposition of meeting minutes.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition for November 2021 and the meeting minutes for the workshop held on November 18th.
Okay. Each of us has had the opportunity to review the disposition and workshop meeting minutes. Would either of my colleagues like to make a motion, please?
Certainly, Chair Gibson. I move to approve the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition items for the month of November 2021.
Okay.
Member Katsouris?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you. All right, Madam Secretary, I believe that brings us to our non-restricted agenda items. Let's begin with non-restricted item number one, please.
Non-restricted number one is the application of San Manuel Gaming and Hospitality Authority for registration as a holding company and sole member and manager of SMGHA Nevada LLC. It is also the applications of SMGHA LLC for registration as an intermediary company and the finding of suitability as sole member and manager of RRR Palms LLC and the application of RRR Palms LLC for a transfer of interest. Lastly, you have the applications of Leticia Deanne Casas, Duran Marquez, Carla Belinda Rodriguez, Gerhard Lawrence Vosloo, and Aaron Marie Copeland for a finding of suitability and or licensure as controlling persons, officers, and or key executives as noted on the agenda.
Okay, welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Gibson, Member Katsouris, Member Watkins. For the record, I am Mark Clayton, Nevada Gaming Counsel to the San Manuel Gaming and Hospitality Authority and the applicants before you today. Also with me today is my colleague Eric Okerberg, who will be making part of the presentation. As described by the Executive Secretary, we are before you in connection with the GHA, or Gaming and Hospitality Authority's application to acquire the Palms Casino Resort and related applications. The San Manuel Band of Mission Indians has been federally recognized tribe since 1891. Leticia Casas and Lawrence Vosloo, will provide more information on the San Manuel tribe shortly. However, first, I would like to provide an overview of the GHA and the licensing structure before you today. The GHA is an independent tribal instrumentality of the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians. The GHA was created by the Gaming and Hospitality Act. This act provides that the GHA shall act exclusively through the Gaming and Hospitality Authority Board, which expressly acts independently of the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians. Further, the act explicitly provides that no other individual or tribal entity shall have any authority or control over the GHA or GHA board. This delegation of authority allows the GHA board to exclusively oversee all aspects of the ownership, management, and supervision of any off-reservation gaming businesses, including, if successful for the board and the commission, the Palms Casino Resorts. The totality of the powers vested in the GHA board have been provided to the staff as part of the investigation. However, for the sake of the record, the GHA board has the exclusive right to do, quote, any and all things necessary or desirable in connection with the acquisition, disposition, investment in, financing, licensing, development, construction, ownership, lease, operation, management, and maintenance and promotion of all off-reservation gaming businesses, end quote. The GHA board can have up to 5 members. The board currently has 3 members, all of which are applicants before you today. In addition to the GHA board, the GHA board has established a management committee. The management committee reports to the GHA board. The committee is currently comprised of Lawrence Vosloo and Aaron Copeland, both of whom are also applicants before you today. The management committee has responsibilities delegated by the board, such as engaging advisors, conducting due diligence, developing business plans, hiring leadership staff, implementing the GHA business plan, and managing SMGHA Nevada LLC, which is also an applicant. The GHA board formed SMGHA Nevada LLC to acquire RRR Holdings LLC, which together with its subsidiaries owns FB Holdings LP, doing business as Palms Casino Resort. Based on the structure described, GHA is a separate entity empowered to independently manage and oversee the Palms Casino Resort. To meet the licensing requirements of NRS 463.1665, the application submitted are as follows. The GHA is the sole member and manager of SMGHA Nevada LLC and is applied to be a holding company pursuant to NRS 463.485, as it is the entity that has the power and right to control SMGHA Nevada LLC. SMGHA Nevada LLC has applied to be an intermediary company, and this will be the entity that indirectly owns FP Holdings LP. Each of the GHA board members, each member of the management committee, and the officers and directors of FP Holdings LP have individually applied and are before you today. If there's no questions on that overview, I will note for the record you've been handed a confidential presentation. We'd ask that it be treated as confidential and not be made as part of the public record. So absent any questions, and just to give you an order of the
Thank you, Mr. Clayton. Would you tell us just quickly, when was the SMGHA formed?
legal entity, it would, so do you remember? 2019, thank
Which
you.
month of 2019?
November of 2019.
Okay.
It was formed as part of the acquisition.
All right.
Okay.
How would you like to proceed, Mr. Clayton? Would you like to
If
go
it
through each?
pleases the board, I'd ask Letitia Casas, the chair of the GHA board, to present and provide an overview of San Manuel. Then Lauren Vosloo, the CEO of the tribe, will then also supplement that presentation. And then we'd close the affirmative presentation with Cindy Kaiser Murphy giving an overview of the Palms project itself.
Okay, let's do that. Thank you very much. Welcome, and please state your name for the record.
Letitia Casas,
Okay,
Hamilton. Good morning.
good morning.
Thank you, board, for having us on the agenda this morning. Monumental, historic, humbling. These are the words that best describe this moment for San Manuel. I'd like to share a few significant milestones in our tribe's history. In 1866, our tribe and all other Native people from the San Bernardino Mountains to the Colorado River suffered a month-long attack by militias supported by the California governor. My great-great-grandfather, Santos Manuel, led our remaining 30 people to safety from this 32-day massacre that was meant to exterminate us. His leadership provided the will to survive. His leadership taught our people resilience. And his leadership is the reason we exist today. In 1891, the Act of Relief for Mission Indians was passed, which recognized San Manuel's inherent right to self-govern as a sovereign nation and established our reservation with only a few hundred acres. We lived in poverty for decades. In 1966, we established our governing document that aided to bring running water to our reservation and better the conditions for our people. In 1975, the Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act was signed into law. The act allowed San Manuel and all federally recognized tribes to exercise the retained inherent right to self-governance. With our government recognized, our independence intact, and our future before us, we began to explore opportunities. In the 1980s, we saw our first chance at self-reliance. We took a leap of faith, and with much hard work, we opened the doors to our bingo hall in 1986. We recognize this as our chance at self-sustainability for our people. In the 2000s, we saw a great potential to expand our successful gaming operation. Through the efforts of our dedicated and talented teams, our business prospered. At this point, we saw a need to take advantage of the blessings we had received to date. So in 2008, we created the investment board with the intention of securing the future for all generations, so our people would not have to experience poverty again. As the success of our business continued, we saw opportunities to build on our experience and expand our footprint. So in 2019, we established the Seminole Gaming and Hospitality Authority to strategically diversify the tribe's investments and expand off the reservation. We have evolved our businesses and evolved our skills. We have humbly, yet confidently, become successful investors in gaming, hospitality, real estate, and other assets. We are very intentional of living our values to honor our ancestors, culture, and sovereignty for all generations. We have a duty and responsibility to support our local communities because we were supported by the kindness of others when we had very little. Our tribe is now one of the largest employers in the Inland Empire region of Southern California, as we have assembled a talented team. We see and treat our team members like family, and we intend to bring those values to Las Vegas. We are not a corporation focused principally on quarterly results. We are a tribe. We have a long-term focus, and that focus is to secure the future for generations into perpetuity. We know that Las Vegas is and will always be the gaming and entertainment hub in North America, and we are honored to potentially join and contribute to this community and its legacy. We also recognize that Las Vegas is the homeland of the Moapa Band of Paiute Indians. We are grateful to our sisters and brothers for their hospitality and for making us feel welcome on their indigenous lands. We sincerely appreciate all the efforts of the many participants that have got us thus far, and we are honored to stand before you as prospective licensees and to potentially be the first Native American tribe to own and operate a hotel and casino in Las Vegas. Hokupa'i, thank you for your consideration and your time. And if it's okay with you, I can turn it over to Lauren to provide more information.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Casas. Go ahead, let's
Thank you.
have your colleague step forward. Step forward and state your name for the record. Wood.
Good morning, board members. My name is Lawrence Vostu. I'm honored and privileged to stand in front of you today and provide some more information on the tribal businesses and just some financial information to provide some more clarity. Just want to start off with providing a summary of some of the tribal services that the tribe has. The San Manuel Band of Mission Indians is a self-governing nation and as such has established tribal managed governmental units to support and enhance services on the San Manuel Reservation. We've listed 5 of those services. I'll quickly run through them, and they are very important to the tribe. They are the Department of Public Safety and Health, the Department of Public Safety, the Department of Construction and Development, the San Manuel Gaming Commission, and the San Manuel Fire Department. And these departments provide services to the local community, to the tribal members, and customers and employees. Charitable giving is a very, very important part. As Chairwoman just mentioned, the tribe, it's very near and dear to the tribe's heart. The tribe believes in giving a hand up as opposed to a hand out. And it's really based on 4 pillars that the tribe has established over the last few years. First one is empowering lives, and the tribe stands up for those who need basic services, including food and shelter. The second pillar is reinforcing healthy and resilient communities. The third, inspiring our future through education. And last but not least, preserving cultural tradition and empowering Indian country. Just some highlights. Since 2003, the tribe has given out over $290 million and charitable givings. 47.5% of those were grants above $1 million each. And the largest donation was a $25 million donation to Loma Linda University Health in 2019. Charitable giving is not just given in Southern California, but the tribe since 2018 have given to over 21 charitable organizations in Las Vegas. And we've got a list in your booklet here of what the tribe has donated. But the tribe, as our chairwoman has said, is not just about quarterly profits, but about giving to the community that they operate in. And there's also a picture in there of when we came to G2E, about 25 of our employees met at 3 Square Food Bank in Las Vegas, packed about 650 meals for underprivileged kids, and they donated a $100,000 check to that charity. That was just part of what we did when we came to G2E. Yamva's Resort and Casino at San Manuel, we're very excited. In less than 2 weeks, we will open up a 432-room hotel on the reservation. And that would make it the largest casino on the West Coast with 6,500 slot machines. We have about 12 million plus visitors a year that visit our property in Southern California. And that equates to about 35,000 guests per day. And that makes us the second most visited place in California. Our operations are not just limited to gaming. We do have some other assets that's located close by. There's a boutique hotel called Bear Springs Hotel. We've remodeled recently over the last 3 years. It's a 105-room hotel that was really the training ground for our team to prepare for the 432-room hotel that we're opening up in 2 weeks. We also have the San Manuel Landing Project, which we broke ground on in June of this year. It's a 1 million square foot warehouse project, about 3 miles from the reservation. And then we also have interest in 3 hotels, 2 Residence Inn, 1 in Sacramento, 1 in Washington, D.C., and then also in Charlottesville, Virginia, we have an interest in the Draftsman Hotel. I wanted to provide a quick overview of the Palms acquisition timeline and how it all came together. We started this process really thinking through direct investments in 2018, and as stated earlier, established in 2019 at GHA. And we did a lot of due diligence and a lot of good work in 2019, and we're ready to go at the beginning of 2020. And then COVID hit. And so we had to take a step back and recalibrate, and spent the back half of 2020 preparing with a new strategy on what we want to do, and specifically started looking at Las Vegas again. So we hit the ground running in Q1, early parts of 2021. And on March 18th, we signed a non-binding offer that we submitted to Red Rock Resorts. On March 26th, we finalized the term sheet to purchase the property. And then we spent the next 43 days completing our due diligence. Probably spent about 5,000 man hours on it, did 4 property visits, 250 phone calls, and just set up the foundation for the decision. And we ultimately made the decision on May 3rd and finalized the interest purchase agreement at that time. Since then, we've spent a significant amount of time with a transition team to prepare for opening and start working on long lead items. And some of the key things that we wanted to do is hire and onboard key Palms staff members who you'll hear from today, Cindy Kaiser Murphy, and we spent time on the pre-opening activities. The rationale for the Palms in Las Vegas, we consider Las Vegas the mecca of gaming in the United States, and it's poised for a strong rebound, and we believe the timing is going to be very good for gaming and tourism in 2022. Palms is a high quality near strip asset priced below replacement cost. Previous owners spent a significant amount of capital renovating the property, and so we believe we got it at a real good cost. San Manuel can leverage its strategic philanthropy and sports partnerships in Las Vegas to expand the tribe's reach and strengthen the brand. And the Palms represents the next phase of San Manuel's long-term diversification strategy and has the potential to be a generational asset for the tribe. And also San Manuel would become the first Native American tribe to own and operate a Vegas casino resort. We could not do this without a deep bench of trusted advisors. We do have an ex officio advisor on our board, Bob Bogner, who's joining us today, that's helped us navigate through everything that we're doing and preparing to make the decision, prepare for today. Greenberg with Mark Clayton and Erica has been instrumental in helping us understand the landscape and educating us on what's important. And then Jeffries is our investment bank that helped us with the transaction. We have a number of accounting and audit firms that helped us with the due diligence, banks with the financing, and other groups that helped us with preparing for due diligence. Financing, it's really a two-bucket strategy that we've established for the financing of the Palms. The first bucket is from the Sovereign Wealth Fund, or what we call the Uavitam LLC, and the other is in the Uavitam LLC Sovereign Wealth Fund is a note, and the other one is a revolving line of credit from the Entertainment Authority that will go to the SMGHA Nevada LLC and ultimately fund the Nevada Holdco LLC. And from a dollar perspective, it's broken down that $200 million will come from the Sovereign Wealth Fund, and up to $550 will come from the Entertainment Authority for a total of $750. The purchase price for the acquisition is $650, and we've set aside $100 million for working capital needs and pre-opening expenses to get ready for opening. And with that, that's the end of my prepared remarks. If there's no questions, I'll turn it over to Cindy Kaiser Murphy, the General Manager for the Palms.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Busler. Let me ask my colleagues if they have any questions at this point.
I do. You spoke to your charitable initiatives, right?
Mhm.
Have you done anything as it relates to diversity initiatives in the gaming industry in general, or as it relates to your recruitment for your own employees?
We've yeah.
So that's going to be part of Ms. Kaiser Murphy's presentation.
Okay,
Member Watkins, so if we can leave it till then. we'll let
that's
her address
fine.
it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
I have some questions as well, but I think we probably
yeah, that's probably a good idea.
to the next presentation, because
Yep.
I'll fill in questions as we go.
All right, so Ms. Kaiser Murphy,
Thank you.
thank you very much.
Good morning.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record, if you would.
My name is Cynthia Kaiser Murphy.
Okay.
I am incredibly honored, humble, and grateful to stand before you today and be a part of this amazing project and to work with GHA and San Manuel. It's a truly a historic time. And my goal today is to give you an overview of where we're going with the Palms. As you're aware, we're not the owners yet, so we have been very carefully planning and working off site and very respectful and awaiting our licensing. So the Palms is an incredibly beautiful property. It was remodeled with meticulous attention to detail. Beautiful rooms, amazing suites, and 23 beautiful restaurants and a very vibrant gaming floor. And of course, with the unfortunate conditions in our world shuttered in 2020. And we look very forward to bringing this beautiful property back to Las Vegas and to bringing 1,200 plus Nevadans back to work. What's really important is not just the beauty of the building, but the people. The Palms is going to be about the people that work for us and the people in the community, our guests, our locals, and our tourists who come to Las Vegas. We've provided you a bit of an overview of the property in our presentation today. The rooms were remodeled in 2019, and it's one of those historic moments where you have a beautifully remodeled property that was then closed due to a worldwide pandemic and then changes ownership. So it may be the first time in history anything like this has occurred, and our team is working diligently to reopen the property. A few things I would tell you is in looking at the property, the rooms are outstanding. The suites are one of a kind. They are unmatched anywhere. And we also have amazing views. We have many venues that are rooftop view of the skyline, view of Allegiant Stadium. And we intend to really, really maximize that and synergistically work with the community, celebrating our sports teams, and bringing activation and energy and great dining opportunities to the property. We also have a beautiful pool complex, and we expect to be open and operating in time for the pool season, and we'll be bringing that as well. A little bit about the restaurant venues. Many people ask about Scotch 80 Prime. Yes, it's coming back, and we've had many, many questions about that. And and we also will be bringing the pool complex and activating that in a way that's very, very interesting and wonderful and comfortable for our guests and the community. We have, in addition to, as part of the hotel room product, we have a condominium tower that has been open. The Palms Place has been open and operating, and we have owners there, and as well as we've had that property has been operating pretty much throughout, with some gaps from the pandemic. And the Palms Place, there were a number of facilities in that building, and immediately after licensing, we would plan to start to bring that back. And there's a food and beverage operation and other operations, including spa, salon, and other amenities that we'll be working over the coming weeks and months to return. We've been asked a few times about what capital improvements we would make immediately, and the current owners have done an outstanding job, not only of remodeling, but maintaining and taking good care of it. So there's very little that needs to be done. I wanted to share with you, you'll see on page 21, a few of the items that we're focusing on. We do plan immediately to improve some of the back of the house, the employee areas. We have some art locations that need replacement. The sportsbook technology to be updated. And then we want to improve the parking lot areas and the landscaping. A lot of that's a refresh because of being closed for 2 years. Obviously, we have a lot of testing to do. We start running water and pressure testing a building that has been closed for 2 years, and we know that we have a lot of work to do mechanically to bring it back, and we have a lot of work to do, particularly in today's supply chain challenge, to bring back the property with things like ordering linen, chips, cards, dice, and other supplies. And we have plans. We have a small team right now that will be growing over the coming weeks, working diligently on that. You asked about the people, and that is our key focus right now. We are a very small team. We have about 12 people, and we will go to over 1,200 in the coming weeks. What's most important first is that we recall the Palms employees. So not only comply with SB 386, but to really welcome the prior Palms employees back. And we have planned community strategy to go out and have welcoming events to bring back as many Palms employees as we can. The information and communications we get is that there's many of those employees that some of them are legacy, some of them are day one employees that really want to come back, and we can't wait to welcome them back. We're also engaging in a community, what we call an employment outreach program, which is a community outreach where we will have virtual job fairs, but more important, we're going to also go out into the community. We will go to the chambers, we'll go to the libraries, Urban Chamber, Latin Chamber, Asian Chamber. We'll be all over the community holding receptions to invite employees. We'll have some extraordinary training programs, some of which will take some non-traditional workers out of programs where they're looking for upgrade training or they're looking for employment opportunities. And we have some partnerships planned that we are very, very proud of and excited to bring, that are very consistent with the San Manuel values that you've heard so much about this morning. We will also be working on partnerships with our local unions, and we have a long history of that. My team has a long history of working on different partnerships to engage in training, apprenticeship programs, and similar to that around both training and then also healthcare programs. Right now we have 120 Palms Place employees. There's been about 30 people that are in the building full time that have worked for the current owners, and they've done a great job of maintaining and providing security for the building. And we will start there immediately upon licensing to work with the Palms Place employees and the on-property maintenance and security mostly, and then go out into the community and go with a really visible recruiting strategy. We're excited about that. Operationally, our goal would be to open as soon as we can, and as soon as we can do it right. We only get one chance to do this right and to really engage and make the Palms a very, very special place. So our plan is to open as many of the venues simultaneously as possible, and also then to get ready because we expect that'll be around pool season. And also is immediately after licensing to start with the sales efforts there's a beautiful over 30,000 square foot meeting convention space. And we're hard at work on all of that, our small and mighty team. I think what's most important for you to know is that it is not lost on us how important this historic moment is. The first ever tribal owned casino in Las Vegas. It is our responsibility to do it and do it right, and to really make sure the people of Las Vegas know that we're here and we find our place in the community, and we do it with all of the values and the history of this very, very wonderful tribe and community. And it is my honor to have the opportunity to lead the team to do that. So I hope I've answered some of your questions, and I'm happy to take any more.
Okay. Well, thank you, Ms. Kaiser Murphy. And just this background, you're formerly with Las Vegas Bowl? Is that your background? Las Vegas Bowl?
He was an executive and CEO of New York, and then the
Oh, okay.
organization before that. So
All right.
well experienced. in the
That's
casino
Tina
Okay.
Sir Murphy.
Yeah. Okay.
No, that's not me. She's amazing, but that is not me. We've often are confused. You would not want me running the Las Vegas Bowl.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you very much. That was a good presentation. And just to jump in here quickly, I recently met with the chairman of the NIGC, and one of his initiatives and something he's proud of is to see tribes tribal governments that do have experience and is successful running casinos, see them export their expertise off reservation. So this is a good opportunity. I'm excited to see San Manuel here in Las Vegas, and I appreciate your presentation so far.
Thank you. Thank you. It's such an honor to be here.
And Chair Gibson, that concludes our affirmative presentations. Obviously, anyone in the team is available to answer questions. And just for the sake of the record, Ms. Kaiser Murphy has filed an individual application as general manager, so that's in the system and it's working its way through.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a number of individuals who are on the agenda as well. Do you plan to have them come forward and speak about
It's your preference, Chair. Sometimes you just take it in mass. If you want to talk to them individually, Ms. Oakberg will take over the presentation with the individual applicants. So whatever your preference.
Well, I mean, they've come all the way out here. They're in the audience.
They have assured me they're fine not making the presentation, but
I'd like to hear from them.
Okay,
I think it's wonderful they're here. I appreciate them coming out. So
Okay.
let's have them come forward.
So would you like to start with Chair Cassis?
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning, Chair Gibson, Member Katsaros, Member Watkins. For the record, Erica Okerberg. If acceptable, I'd like to introduce each of the applicants individually. We'll have them just give a brief background and then job duties and responsibilities and answer any questions you might
Okay,
have.
thank you very much.
All right, first up is Letitia Casas, the chair. You spoke to her earlier, but I'll give her the floor.
Hi, Letitia Casas. To set a brief overview of jobs. So I'm the chair of San Manuel Gaming and Hospitality Authority Board. We work on setting strategy and making sure that we're doing proper oversight and hiring key employees, budget. Missing anything?
Hiring advisors and
Yeah, hiring advisors, overseeing pretty much every aspect of any off-reservation gaming assets.
Okay. And tell us about your background, if you would.
My background, so I also serve as a tribal treasurer for the tribe, which I have served since 2012. Myself and my mom, who is sitting here today, are two of the original members of the investment board for the tribe. So since 2008, we've sat on the investment board as well.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah, we have extensive information on each of your backgrounds, so we just want to have you come forward and speak about that. I see that, I see confirmation here that you are an at-large board member of the investment board and secretary of the hospitality authority, as well as SMGHA secretary of that. So, okay, wonderful. Appreciate you coming forward and welcome. Let's have the next person up. Let's have Mr. Marquez.
All right. Next is Vice Chair Marquez.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here, Chairman, honorable board members. My name is Darren Marquez. I am the PhD in the application pool. I see that. My role with the GHA is quite simple. Whenever the chair is not available, I fill in with her duties, oversee various meetings, sign documents. With that being said, we're all responsible for the conduction of our process and progress with the Palms acquisition. So none of us get to be absent of any decision making. We're all present, even though our titles may say something differently. We are all very active and engaged in the conversation and process.
Thank you. So tell me, actually, I'm interested. What is your PhD in?
Oh gosh, mostly a constitutional law, federalism, with the minor emphasis on public health policy development.
And where did you do that work at?
Claremont Graduate University.
What's that? I'm sorry.
Claremont.
Oh, Claremont.
Claremont Graduate University.
Right. Wonderful. Okay. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you coming forward, Mr. Marquez.
Thank you.
All right.
Please. So-
Next, if we can, we will turn to Carla Rodriguez, the Secretary
Oh.
to Board Member.
Wonderful.
I'm the mother of Letitia Casa, and I'm also the aunt of Darren Marcus.
Oh.
As you can tell, our tribe is very, our relations are very close. So we work very, very much to make sure that everything is kept very within the family for us. But I serve on the GHA as a secretary, and I do the same as the other two do. We vote on everything that comes before us, and with the business and everything else. And we try to, I especially maintain the part where I have to think about things wisdom-wise. I am an elder of the tribe, and I am highly motivated by everything that we have to do to make sure that we're consistent with keeping our tribal and traditions alive. Because it's very hard with all of the things in today's world. But as you can see, I'm more of the wisdom person. I'm more of the person that they'll look to me and say, should we do it this way? Is this stepping on the grounds of any of the tribes? But I've also been involved with the tribe overall for a great number of years. And I just love what I do. I don't think I could ever retire till the day I die. But, I just want to say thank you again for having us here. This is momentum for me to be here with my daughter and my nephew, to be able to work in this type of an atmosphere. And I would say thank you to you.
Well, thank you very much. I mistakenly grabbed the wrong page, and I do see that. Yeah. So I read your daughter's her
Right.
sort of CV, and yours is the one that I formerly read. So thank you very much for appearing. I appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
welcome to Las Vegas.
Thank you.
Let's have you. Let's see here. Next up, I guess, Mr. Vosloo. I'd like to hear about his background, if we can.
Good morning again, Lawrence Vosloo. I've been with Sam Well now for over 7 years. Before that, I lived in Las Vegas for 17 years. Came to school at UNLV in 1997 and stayed in Las Vegas for 17 years, and worked at Deloitte for a little bit coming out of school, and then Las Vegas Sands before I went to the San Manuel tribe and started off as being the CFO of the casino for about 4 years, and then moved into the tribal CFO role for a couple of years, and then in August of 2020 was promoted to the position of CEO for the tribe.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Vosloo. I noticed that you were with LVS for many years.
Yeah.
And UNLV graduate as well?
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Good news. All right, thank you very much. Let's have Miss Erin Copeland, please come forward.
Good morning, Chairman Gibson, Member Watkins, and Member Casares. I'm Erin Copeland, Chief Legal and Compliance Officer for the San Manuel Tribe and a member of the Management Committee for the San Manuel Gaming and Hospitality Authority. I'm a graduate of Boston College. I obtained my law degree from George Washington University. I then went on to Boston University School of Business, Questrom School of Business, and attended a mini MBA program there. And I also went to the Yale School of Management Women's Leadership Program. And so I do consider myself a lifelong learner. It's been a serious privilege and pleasure for me to be appointed by the San Manuel Gaming and Hospitality Authority to serve on the management committee. I was appointed and made general counsel by Chairman Marquez in 2002. And so I've worked with the tribe for nearly 30 years.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. I appreciate your comments. Yeah. All right, that's the final name on the agenda. Final person. Any questions?
Thank you very much.
I didn't have any questions for each of the individuals. I will note that all their backgrounds came back extremely clean. There was nothing derogatory for us to even discuss. So I appreciate the fact that you brought each one of them up here so we can meet each of the individuals here on their background. We're very familiar with your background from the investigative materials we have before us, of course, but it's always good for us to have you here so that we get to meet you. You get to meet us as well. It's part of a process, of course.
Okay. Well, thank you very much all for coming forward and introducing yourselves. It's nice to have you here. And again, let's open it up for further discussion. Member Watkins.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Member Watkins.
Can you talk a little bit about structure of the tribe as it relates to how many members of the tribe are there currently?
There's approximately 140 adult members that comprise the general council.
The total members of the tribe?
Total numbers, 218. Oh, 280, excuse me.
280.
280.
And then so the general council, my understanding, is comprised of all the adult members of the tribe, is that correct?
That is correct.
And so there are currently how many members of the
Approximately 140.
And then the general council is responsible for appointing members to the business committee, is that?
Yeah, if you could think of it, they're effectively the legislative body, if you will. So, but then they delegate all the power down.
And go ahead.
What about terms? How long are the terms on the GHA?
The GHA, I believe that is a 4-year term, 5-year term? 4-year, it is 4-year term, 5 members, sorry.
Because I interrupted you.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, I mean, if it would help to give context around the Gaming and Hospitality Act, when the tribe officially engaged us, we started looking at their structure, looking at the Nevada regulatory approach, and realizing, the nature of the licensing process in Nevada, we constructed or made recommendations on the structure of the Gaming and Hospitality Authority, which would, in a sense, silo non-reservation gaming into a separate independent body that would oversee this investment and any future investments that are off reservation. So we created the structure sort of, in a sense, modeled around, how the state has treated control, private equity investments, that type of thing, and we successfully encapsulated everything that would touch Nevada are the applicants before you today.
How many members are there on the business committee?
Business committee, I'm sorry, 7.
And they're appointed by the general council.
Correct. Is that right? Well, Aaron, why don't you come up? We'll make it a little easier for everybody.
So I would like to add a point of clarification that the tribe has an election law and the members of the business committee are elected by the members of the general council. There's a formal election process which is conducted according to tribal law. Thank you.
Okay, and then what's the relationship between the business committee and SMGHA?
None. There is none.
There's no relationship.
I mean, well, the business committee will appoint the members of the GHA board.
Correct.
But that's it.
So the business committee appoints the members of the SMGHA.
Correct, yeah.
And there is no reporting back by those members to the business committee. They do not report back to the business committee.
But they report back to
the general council. And that would largely be a function of reporting on the performance of the Gaming and Hospitality Authority assets.
And who is it that has the responsibility for hiring and firing members of the SMGHA
The GHA board.
board? The board does?
Correct.
What about the board? Who has the responsibility?
It's a 4-year term, once appointed, absent malfeasance or misfeasance. They are, just as these board members in front of us are locked in, they're locked in.
Assuming there is malfeasance, who has that power?
So that would be the business committee.
And again, we tried to style that actually over the structure of this board and its approach with the state of Nevada. As to create the independence model that we're using.
And so the independence is ensured by the articles, is that correct?
Well, it's actually by the Samuel Gaming and Hospitality Act, which is a very detailed tribal law. It lays out the powers and authorities of the Gaming and Hospitality Board, and it vests and bestows in them the authorities and the power that it may assert over the assets that it acquires.
If you haven't, I'm sure you've caught on to this, and Mr. Clayton's already, he's suggested he understands the nature of the questions. When we deal with private equity companies under 15C, Reg 15C, we generally see a prop opco structure, and we're looking for independence. And you have a bunch of LPs that are, part of the private equity, they're funders. And so what's being attempted here is a unique structuring. This is the first time. This is different than the prior tribe that came through, and so we're attempting to set precedent in the way that we manage and deal with these licensing events.
So I do understand that it may be unique to this board. However, it is not unique to the San Manuel government. So the San Manuel government and its community have a long experience with dealing with the discrete responsibilities and authorities of different committees and legal entities that they form under tribal law. And the San Manuel government has gone from being a tribe largely governed by custom and tradition to, over the last several decades, codify all of its tribal laws.
I think some of the uniqueness comes in is that it's unique on our end, not necessarily the structure of the San Manuel tribe. It's more on our end. How do we fit that into our regulations? And what Mr. Clayton's talking about is we're always very interested in control and whose responsibilities, where those lie. And so that's where a lot of our questions are coming from on this point. And just to be clear again, so at the Hospitality Authority, the 3-member, there's up to 5 members. There's currently only 3. It reports to the general counsel, though. The business committee.
It reports informationally, but it's not reporting in a asking permission or we want to go buy this property. That stops at the Gaming and Hospitality Authority.
Because that's 280 folks.
Correct.
But the business committee, that's the one we're talking. They're elected by the general counsel. So it's every 2 years. And in terms of the election of those positions, is it merely the individuals that garner the most votes that the top 7 vote getters get onto the business committee?
So no, individuals are nominated from the floor of a general council meeting, and they then are up for election for a specific position that they will make a decision of whether to accept the nomination and run for it. And then whoever, depending upon the number of individuals running for a particular office, the individual with the highest number of votes will win that position in that office.
So so if I understood that correctly, is there 140 folks potentially that are voting on those individuals during that meeting?
Every adult member of the general council is authorized to vote in the election.
Okay.
Member Watkins, do you have additional questions?
Yes. Uh, so given that the close-knit nature of the tribe, are there multiple members? I assume there are multiple members. Well, our materials have reported that there are multiple members that serve on multiple committees and other leadership roles in the tribe. Is that correct?
Yes, I would say that tribal citizens who are interested in serving the government have learned to successfully wear different hats at different times if they serve on multiple committees or if they have a role with a particular legal entity.
Okay. So what we want to do again is just to ensure the, separation of the SMGHA from the tribe itself. Um,
So, Member Watkins, under tribal law, it's very clear to the tribal citizens as well as to the appointed members of the Gaming and Hospitality Authority Board that they have they have been bestowed with a certain level of power and authority. And so this is not an unusual structure for the San Manuel tribe. And in fact, earlier this week, we had the pleasure of meeting with Arizona state officials because San Manuel just gifted $5 million to Arizona State Law School. And part of what they're trying to do is further the understanding of tribal law and the force and effect of tribal law. So for the San Manuel tribe, this law is paramount. It has the force and effect of law, and they fully understand the power and authority that has been vested in the board.
Member Watkins, if I can anecdotally add to that, since day one, the first discussion we had was the independence of the governing body for the Palms, and that is something, Aaron's legal fees reflected, but we are speaking constantly every day. Can we do this? Can we do that? Being the SMGHA, I've never had a client more vigilant about not crossing any lines. And this is even before any project had even been identified. And I've spoken to other members of the tribe as a whole. They understand the responsibility and the exposure that if they try to influence anyone, they'll be standing next to me in front of you people trying to defend why they were, exerting influence or control in an unlicensed position. So that has been literally, just drummed into the head, and it is constantly the thing that we are talking daily about. Does this work? Does that work? Who can be in a meeting? Who can't be in the meeting? Even down to, non-gaming related matters may have the optics. So I clearly can, and I don't think the agents in their investigation saw anything different. Obviously, I've not seen the report, nothing's been identified to me, but this has been very structured, very siloed, very, very tightly structured from day one. And I can just attest to you after 31 years, I've not seen the clients that are more vigilant about this particular issue than my other clients in all my 31 years.
I appreciate that representation on the record. That's really helpful to have that level of insight regarding what you've done to ensure that.
Thank you.
I would also like to add that Vice Chairman Darren Marquez has had the privilege over the last several years of moderating a community effort to develop a new constitution. And so the tribal citizens for several years have been working on a new constitution and are uniquely qualified and immersed in the principles of constitutional separation, checks and balances. And so they've really had a wonderful opportunity having the benefit of a former tribal chairman who earned his PhD and was able to bring back to his community the importance of these principles. So I have every confidence, having worked with San Manuel for, again, nearly 30 years, first as outside counsel, and then having the privilege of being able to build a legal team. San Manuel has committed resources so that they have a 16-person legal department, and compliance, regulatory, and legal issues are really their top priorities, along with the safety of their team members. So I feel very confident that these principles are well understood.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'd note that if Jim Rogers was still alive, he might take umbrance at the fact that $5 million to Arizona State. I think he established an Indian legal studies program at University of Arizona, and he was big into that. So
Well,
But that's a wonderful, I think, a wonderful donation.
well, and of course, Samuel is very interested in UNLV and is very interested in making sure that the programs there addressing Indian gaming and tribal law are also vibrant and and robust.
We have two major universities in Nevada, by the
Oh.
way.
Oh. Okay.
We'll be discussing the medical
I,
school in
I,
northern,
yes.
North Nevada.
So getting back to governance, which is sort of our focus here. I've noticed in our background materials, there have been elections that have been challenged. There have been individuals who've won positions after challenging election outcomes. How well run are the elections at this point?
So are you making reference to federal elections and
No.
state elections?
No, to the tribal elections.
Okay, so I would say, first of all, that the elections are exceedingly well run. They are run, in fact, one of the staff members who has primary responsibility for running the elections probably rivals me in tenure. I would say that she is also probably a near 30-year employee. And there is a election committee that takes their responsibilities very seriously. Several of these individuals have served on the committee for many years. It is a volunteer position. They give up significant amounts of time to ensure that all of the processes and protocols are properly followed. So I have every confidence in the outcome of a Samuel election. I also must say that I am not familiar with a Samuel election being challenged. So I'm not sure in recent years, and maybe my memory is fading, but I don't recall an election challenge. But I could certainly ask one of the tribal leaders. Do you have a recent recall of that? Certainly not in the last.
Sorry, for the benefit of the court reporter, the three tribal members indicated that they were not aware of that.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
What kind of, sorry,
please go ahead.
what kind of background or I guess, what kind of verification do you do of people who are selected to lead the tribe in various leadership roles? That's a very general kind of question.
So the tribe does have a drug testing policy that it follows for elected officials. And so that is a policy that's followed within the tribe. And otherwise, the tribe relies very heavily on a close-knit community where members are well known to the community, and their reputations, their participation in meetings, their activities on behalf of the community are all taken into account in terms of their suitability to hold office.
Okay, are there any criminal background investigations at all?
There are not criminal background investigations for elected positions. The community relies upon its own knowledge of the individuals who are applying for positions.
And just for benefit of the record, I just would note that as I look through the materials, you're right. It was a prior tribe we dealt with where there were election challenges.
Thank you, Chairman.
And I'll just go on the record, Mr. Clayton, Ms. Copeland as well, but I like how it's been structured. I think we've got some pretty strong silos here. We are setting precedents in how we move forward, though, because I suspect this won't, while this is a historic moment, it's the first tribal nation to perhaps own and operate a strip border of property. I suspect there's going to be other ones in the future. And so we want to make sure we get this right. We did have another tribal nation that came through to manage a property. It was structured a little differently. So we had a broader number of individuals that became licensed. And in fact, if something changes in the future with how you want your structure to be, so be it. You just want to make sure we're capturing those proper individuals who are trying to wield influence over the management operations of the property. And that's where a lot of this is coming from.
We understand.
Thank you,
Casares.
member.
And have you guys had an opportunity to review the order?
Yes, we looked at draft 2 dated November 23rd. Current draft.
I don't know if we, Mr. Stomps, would you like to review the order on the record with Mr. Clayton?
I just want to make sure that's the right draft we're working off. And if
Oh.
it is, we don't have any concern or comments about it.
Is that the correct draft? I have number 2.
As far as I'm aware, number one, yes.
Okay, yeah, so we have, for the sake of the record, we've reviewed draft number 2 dated November 23rd. We have no comments or concerns about the proposed order.
Okay.
Yeah, and Member Watkins, this order essentially provides a description of the San Manuel tribe, its structure, and the entities that have been created, and the people that have control, the approvals that are to be received. And it also clearly makes certain statutory and regulatory provisions applicable. It goes on to have some requirements that are imposed on the San Manuel Gaming and Hospitality Authority that includes a compliance program and a revolving fund to conduct investigation. And it also provides that the San Manuel Gaming and Hospitality Authority has exclusive control regarding the Palms and does not report to the tribe. So that's essentially what this order is setting forth.
Okay. And I understand you had some communications with staff about just for our comfort level, ensuring that there would be separation of the tribe as it pertains to an agreement. Is that correct?
So if you're referencing the non-interference letter that's sort of standard in the private equity world, yes, and we discussed that with the chief of the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, and conceptually that's acceptable.
Okay, thank you so much.
And then there's also staff had provided 5 conditions relative to the sports book, and we didn't have any objection to those.
And what are your plans as it relates to sports book?
The property is currently negotiating with the well-known Nevada licensee for potentially taking over the book operations. That agreement's not been finalized, so, but if it is, we'll update staff accordingly. So, and again, I would just note, just for the record, so, you know, those in the audience may not think this is any issues relative to the sports book conditions. I mean, basically, each of these are just merely restating the regulatory requirements. You know, for example, having internal controls, having house rules approved. So I just don't want anyone to think there's something unique in here that is a concern to the board that we're trying to address through the conditions. These are pretty standard conditions. And obviously, when published as part of the agenda, the public will see that as well.
I would agree with that.
Thank you.
But there is a full intent to open the sports book then at some point in the future.
Yes, we'll have an operating sports book. It's still an open question if there'll be a third-party operator, and if so, who will be. But yes, sports will be an integral part of the property.
And I did want to talk about the operations going forward in the future, but Ms. Kaiser Murphy essentially addressed every question that I had.
Good.
I did want to understand what potential renovations there would be to the rooms. I wasn't familiar if all of them had been renovated. She confirmed that already. I know you've mentioned you've got $100 of working, or 100 million of working capital perhaps that you might deploy based upon what you've outlined there, though it doesn't necessarily look like you have any immediate need to do any wholesale renovations, right? Some of these seem pretty meager.
Yeah, and I'm sure as your numbers indicate, Member Katsaros, obviously $100 million of working capital for a property this size, it gives it plenty of cushion and plenty of runway for any bumps that may come up in the road, as well as future expansion opportunities. So I believe you're looking at a very well-capitalized project on a go-forward basis.
Understood. I did have a question on hiring. You did touch upon it. I just can't recall in terms of where you're at, in terms of numbers that you're going to be looking to bring on, and timing as well.
We're at either 12 or 14 today, and we would go to over 1,200 full time, and probably 1,400 plus when you take into effect seasonal, banquet, and that kind of thing.
Where are you at in that process right now?
Well, we are a very small team right now. Obviously, until licensing, we have launched a website to get former Palms employees to make contact with us. And as soon as licensing occurs, we will be, that's our number one, we'll be out in the community hiring.
Understood, because that's not going to be some small effort, frankly, especially in this day and age, to
Correct.
bring on 1,000 plus people.
Exactly. and first focus on the recalling the Palms employees and then going really strong into the community.
And my recollection too, there had been X number of hundreds of millions of dollars just put into that property. Do you recall what that number was? It seemed that the 690. So essentially 700 million just went into the property and renovations.
Yes, it's beautiful. It's outstanding.
And your purchase price? Okay, let me get that on the record.
Can you talk more specifically about your plans to recruit diverse individuals?
Yeah.
I think you touched on that broadly earlier, but and if any of it's confidential, then, welcome not to share, but I would like to hear.
Well, let me say this. Right now, we're in the process. We've got a human resources director and a vice president of HR, and we are about to retain our recruitment staff, recruiters, and really that'll be the next month. I have many years of experience in opening properties and in recruiting diverse employment base. I opened the MGM Grand. I've opened MGM Detroit and worked on a number of other projects where we went after, and for example, in Detroit, it was 67%, and our requirement was only 50% to hire a diverse workforce. We pioneered the largest diversity program in the gaming industry to where we ended up with 48,000 diversity champions. So I would say to you that we're going to bring an updated version of that to this wonderful Palms property and with a commitment to this community.
Thank you very, very much for sharing, and congratulations on all your success.
We're very, very excited. Thank you.
When you said you were involved in the opening of Detroit, was that the MGM Detroit, the temporary casino, or the
Both.
so at the ground floor you started there?
First winning the license, that was huge. Temporary, which was the old IRS building, and then permanent, all three. Yes.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that everyone, and for the record, that everyone understands that the individuals on this agenda are the only ones from the tribe who have the authority to exercise any control of the operations.
Yes, that is clear to each of the applicants, and I'll affirm that on the record for the sake of the record.
Thank you. Any further questions?
I have no further question.
I don't either. I think we've covered a lot of ground here today. The presentations that were provided to us pretty much covered everything. I did want to hear a little bit more about the community support, because what I was not familiar with, because I didn't have the materials in front of me, was I think Mr. Vosloo had mentioned there had been almost $300 million worth of community outreach or charitable giving since I think 2003 or so forth. And 21 of organizations in Nevada have already benefited from some of your support.
Yeah, that's correct. Mr. Vosloo will come up, but starting on page 8 of the deck, you'll see the charitable giving, and then on slide 10 gives you the breakdown for the Las Vegas charitable account.
Yeah, that's correct. We do have a group that help us vet these organizations and make sure that it's consistent with the tribe's policy and also the pillars, as I discussed earlier, before we donate.
So do you have some folks full-time on staff that?
Yeah, charitable giving group, that's all they do.
Oh.
And we've established that over the last 3 years and have been largely responsible for many of these things, but working closely with the tribe to make sure they give us direction. And the GHA will have the ability to provide that input and Cindy too.
I just thought it was so noteworthy. I just wanted to just get a little more color on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything further, Member Watkins?
Nothing further from me. Thank you for your presentations. They were very thorough.
Well, thank you again to all of your efforts and the team's efforts, your staff's efforts in this application. And we do appreciate the opportunity to be before you, and hopefully we'll get a favorable recommendation and we'll be in front of the commission.
Okay. Well, again, welcome to Las Vegas. It's wonderful to have you here, and we appreciate you exporting your expertise to a city like Las Vegas. So with that, I'd ask for a recommendation for a motion, please.
Well, there was some discussion around proper control. So I did want to just deliberate just a moment, if you would, Chair. We've got 5 conditions before us right now. Mr. Clayton had already discussed generally what they were. I didn't have a problem with how we've got the structure right now being siloed or not, but there was a question with regard to the non-interference agreement, as to whether or not we would introduce that as a condition. I know what you're suggesting is that you're amenable or agreeable to signing that. What are your thoughts on whether or not a condition would be appropriate
Yeah,
here?
I'd be happy to address that, Member Casares. Obviously, as soon as we conclude today, we'll be working on getting that non-interference letter to you. I would hope that we could have it to you before the commission hearing. I'd prefer not to have it as a condition to this recommendation because it optically may have others now or in the future believe that there is some improper influence occurring. So if we don't have it to you by the commission hearing for whatever reason, then I would suggest then the commission can put that condition on at that point. So hopefully we can just avoid it because again, I just don't want, even by this discussion, I understand the importance of it. I understand we need to have it on the record, but there's been no evidence that this was actually occurring. So I just don't want to overplay that and make it sound as a bigger thing.
Yeah, no one's suggesting it's occurring, Mr. Clayton. We're trying to establish precedent here.
No, understood.
And so what are your thoughts on precedent going forward?
And that's optically on the other side of it would be that we don't necessarily have that much of a concern with it. So another company or nation were to come through,
right,
of course, they're going to say, you didn't put a condition on them. Why would you put it on us?
Right.
And if we end up doing that, then optically to them, it would certainly look as if there was something,
sure, no,
toward. And that's where I'm just wanted to hear your thoughts on that. Because we are setting precedent here. And we go on the record. I know I'll personally say nothing, no optics, nothing untoward. It's just a matter of having the proper structure in place, putting the conditions on paper such that it's not just something that's abstract. And yeah, in some cases we'll require this, in some cases we won't.
Yeah, and I understand, from an administrative standpoint, Member Kessler. I think the only thing I would say is if there's going to be another tribe that's coming through in a similar structure, they'll have read this transcript and know that a non-interference letter is going to be required. And then they'll probably have it in front of you before they get to an agenda because, we didn't know this was an issue till yesterday afternoon, so we would have addressed this sooner and we wouldn't be. So again, you three vote, I don't. So I understand where the balance
You've
of
been on
power
this
is.
side before, so you understand
I
what we have
understand
to
where the
grapple
balance of
with
power
over
is.
here.
And obviously, my preference, would for my client would for not to be a condition, but I think the respective comments you've all put on the record address my concerns around the optics. And then just for the sake of the commission, as they read this transcript, if we do deliver the letter prior to the commission meeting, I would hope that the commission approval would not need to include that condition.
What are your thoughts, Member Watkins?
I do think that having the letter in place before the commission meeting is important to ensure the non-interference. I think a condition may be helpful. I'm not sure. I don't know. I guess I'd like to hear some more argument.
Yeah, I think, obviously this is a recommendation. The commission can add to anything you recommend, obviously. So if we don't deliver it by the commission hearing, they would just drop that condition on their approval. Obviously, I understand Member Katsaris would want at least the board agenda to indicate that it was a condition for the casual observer in the future. But again, I think we've made a clear record of the board's intention for this applicant and any future applicants that will get this, rather simple non-interference letter squared away, and we'll hopefully have it in place for the commission.
In my personal view, it's meant to be helpful, not hurtful.
No,
right?
agree. And it's not a controversial issue on our end, regardless, because that's what they've been hearing from me for the last 2+ years.
I mean, the downside is you haven't had a chance necessarily to look at the draft condition that I've crafted up.
That's correct. Yeah.
And so I get that, but the another downside would be that a different condition could be suggested at a later date by the commission that might not be written in the same manner.
No,
Which again, to my mind, it's helpful for the structure as well as for other applicants coming through. Not meant to be hurt.
Yeah. No, understood. And again, like I said, we've got a form of the non-interference agreement from a prior deal, which I think they're all pretty much cookie cutter at this stage. So I don't think it's going to be a controversial document when we send it across to you, and we shouldn't take long.
And I've read one of the draft ones. They do seem somewhat cookie cutter here. And I'll go out. I'm happy to support this application. I'm fully supportive of it. It's just getting the nuts and bolts in proper order.
Understood.
So my personal preference would be to,
Okay.
provide it for
Yeah.
conditional.
And again, for the record, no suggestion there's any interference. There is none. But I agree. I mean, for the future, for, for purposes of establishing the process of dealing with these tribal governments as they come through, and there are others in the queue, just, I mean, as you're aware, I'd like something on the record or something attached to the recommendation.
Excellent.
All right, well, let's have a motion.
Excellent. Before I do, I just want to just echo what's been said here today. This is a historic moment. I congratulate the San Manuel tribe on all the success that they've had and wish them all the success in the future as well. And with that, Chair Gibson, I will
Please.
move for a motion to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 1 is read into the record by Secretary Bell pursuant to draft number 2 of the company's order dated November 23rd, 2021, conditioned as follows. SMGHA Nevada LLC shall ensure that prior to FP Holdings LP commencing race and sports and/or parimutuel wagering pool operations, an adequate written internal control system for race and sports and/or parimutuel that documents minimum or compliance with minimum internal control standards must be received by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Audit Division from FP Holdings LP pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 6.090. SMGHA Nevada LLC shall ensure that prior to FP Holdings LP commencing race and sports and/or parimutuel wagering pool operations, an executed reserve agreement must be received from FP Holdings LP and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Audit Division pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 5.225 and 22.040. SMGHA Nevada LLC shall ensure that prior to FP Holdings LP commencing race and sports wagering operations and/or parimutuel wagering pool operations, the surveillance system for FP Holdings LP must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board's Enforcement Division, thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that has been approved. SMGHA Nevada LLC shall ensure that prior to FP Holdings LP commencing of race and sports and/or parimutuel wagering pool operations, a person or persons with related experience related to such operations and who will provide oversight of such operations must be identified by FP Holdings LP and administratively approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or Chair's designee. The preceding 4 conditions apply to the extent FP Holdings LP is the operator of a race, book, sports pool, or parimutuel pool. And lastly, the approvals sought on non-restricted item number 1 are not effective until the board chair receives and approves a non-interference agreement signed by the tribal chair on behalf of himself as the tribal chair and on behalf of the tribe, which provides that such person will not take any action to influence the San Manuel Gaming and Hospitality Authority, its board members, or its management committee members in the exercise of their management, voting rights, and or oversight of the gaming activities of FP Holdings LP.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Secretary.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Member Watkins.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Madam Secretary, that brings us to our, well, actually, items 2 and 3 have been removed from the agenda. So let's go on to non-restricted item number 4, please.
Non-restricted number 4 are the applications of MGM Resorts International and Mandalay Resort Group LLC for amendments to their order of registration, and the applications of Aria Resort and Casino Holdings LLC doing business as Aria Resort and Casino for licensure to operate gaming salons.
Okay, welcome, Councilor McGinnis.
Good morning, Chair Gibson, Member Katsaros, Member Watkins, Madam Secretary, Sean McGinnis with Butler Snow on behalf of MGM Resorts International. With me to my left is Mark Lefevre, Senior Vice President and Chief Financial Officer of ARIA. Also in attendance is Pat Madamba, Senior Vice President, Legal Counsel, and Chandler Pohl, who is Legal Counsel for MGM. As you mentioned, this is a gaming salon application, and the amendment to the order of registration relates to inserting the gaming salon to the ARIA approval in the paragraph there for that.
Okay, would you please take us through, there are a number of them. take us through where they are and what the
Well,
requests
I
are?
was gonna have Mr. Lefevre sort of walk through
Please.
the salon, give you a history about this project and everything and what's
That would be great.
envisioned.
Thank you very much.
Good
Welcome.
morning. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Please
Chairman
state your name for the
Gibson,
record. if you would.
members. In 2018,
State your name for the record,
2019.
if you would. Please state your name. for
Oh,
the record.
sorry, Mark Lefevre.
Thank you.
2018 and 2019, we began to consider remodeling the villas. We have 19 villas at the Aria. And with that and customer demand and the success of the other similar properties, we made the decision to take one of the villas out and turn it into a gaming salon. And so that's on the 57th floor, has three separate bays. And then we also are requesting for 6 rooms downstairs off of the salon privé, where they'll be private and public. So 57th will be completely private and similar to what Bellagio, MGM, and some of our other sister properties have done.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Is there anything else you'd like to add, Mr.?
Any other questions?
I'm sure my colleagues have questions, so I'll open it up for questions, please.
You mentioned Bellagio. Good morning. You mentioned Bellagio, MGM. I imagine you've got some other properties with some lawns too, although I'm not exactly familiar. How successful have they been though? So let's just talk about Bellagio and MGM.
They've been very successful,
So-
well received by the customers. Certain clientele love to have that ability to be able to come out of their floor and go into the gaming salon.
And is it the convenience factor or is it more of the factor of being private? Or is it a combination of both?
Truly a combination of both,
Mhm.
mostly convenience.
And when you say it's been successful, is it a volume number or is it more of a successful because a high value player, of course, now has the ability to game privately if they wish, but so I guess what I'm getting at is it a high volume in terms of individuals going through there? How often are they used?
So they're used. They're not open every day, but it's more a convenience, and for the guests, it's something that the guests are extremely happy with, that they have some privacy.
And I have no problem with the application. I'm just not all that familiar with how busy some of these salons are. I know they're hugely successful in various parts of the world, and I know there's been strong demand for it. Particularly reason why it was allowed to be introduced in Nevada some years ago. So just trying to gauge what the volume is there. Thank you. I didn't have anything further.
Okay, thank you. Member Casaros, Member Watkins.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
I just have you had an opportunity to review the conditions?
Excuse me?
Yes, the conditions.
Yes, I sure have.
And those are agreeable to you?
Yes.
I don't have.
Okay, all right. So just to clarify for the purposes of the record, back up here. We've got pit 9, salons 1 through 3 on the 57th floor with the request that they be gaming salons only, private gaming salons.
Yes, that's correct.
And the others would be sort of a dual natured.
Dual, private, public.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. I appreciate your presentation and your appearing today, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
I guess I can close by saying we've reviewed the amendment to the order of registration draft, and it is acceptable, draft number 1 to us. And I also neglected to recognize Agent Dastrup and Chiefs Taylor and Labadie and Deputy Chief Teguio and Nathan Allen who helped work us through this process to get this on the agenda today. I want to thank them.
Okay. Thank you very much. With that, I'd ask for a motion.
Chair Gibson, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 4 as read into the record by Secretary Bell pursuant to draft number 1 of the company's 53rd revised order of registration and conditioned as follows. When salons 5 through 10 are operated as public gaming, the sliding glass doors to that gaming salon must remain open. When gaming salon 5 through 10, salons 5 through 10 are operated as private gaming, the sliding glass doors to that gaming salon must remain closed. Prior to the commencement of gaming salon operations, their surveillance system must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division and thereafter maintained at or above the standard that has been approved. Prior to the operation of gaming salon 10, the sliding glass door must be installed, inspected, and administratively approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division. Prior to the operation of gaming salons 5 through 10, the entrance to the gaming salon must have signage that indicates the gaming salon is in public or in private use, and the signage must be inspected and administratively approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division. Finally, the number of gaming salons is limited to 9, and the number may not be increased without prior administrative approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or Chair's designee.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Secretary, please.
Member Katsouris,
Aye.
Member Watkins,
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All right, let's move on to our next item, please. Madam Secretary.
Non-restricted number 5 is the application of Felicia Ray Hendricks for a finding of suitability as an officer of Penn National Gaming, Inc.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's good to see you in person, Mr.
It's good to
Burnett.
see you in person, all 4 of you. Mr. Chairman, Member Katsaros, Member Watkins, nice to see you. Madam Secretary, it's nice to see you as well. A.G. Burnett from the law firm of McDonald Toronto representing Penn National Gaming. Here before you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, is Felicia Ray Hendricks. She's the Executive Vice President and Chief Financial Officer for the company. She is here for finding of suitability as an officer of the company. And as usual, Ms. Hendricks is prepared to go through her background history if you would so choose.
Okay, let's have her do that. Welcome, Ms. Hendricks.
Hi, thank you so much. Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Gibson, Member Katsaros, and Member Watkins. Before I begin, I just do want to say what an honor it is to be here today. As you may know, and I'll discuss in a minute, I've observed this industry as a Wall Street equity analyst since 1997. I've watched the explosive growth of the gaming industry in this country for almost 25 years. And I've always admired Nevada's regulatory leadership. Case in point, the groundbreaking licensing of the San Manuel tribe in the state today, or through the process, and then commitment to the high standards of the law. It's a dream come true for me to now be on the other side, a participant in the industry, working for a company that I've respected for over 2 decades, and to be in front of you as a potential licensee in the state of Nevada. So as far as my background, I'm a native New Yorker. I went to the University of Virginia. My father was a Tar Heel. He went to University of North Carolina. So I was always raised to go to school in the South, and much to his chagrin, I was not a Tar Heel. I was a rival at UVA, but that, we dealt with that in the family. After University of Virginia, I graduated as an English major. I worked at a law firm for 2 years in Washington, D.C. as a paralegal. I realized very early on that I would make an awful attorney.
Well, I was going to say that, I thought you were going to say that you didn't want to be an attorney.
No, my
That would be-
father was an
That would be
attorney.
wise.
My father was an attorney and my mother was a career paralegal. So very familiar with the law. I just would not been a good lawyer. And I got very interested in the business law while I was as a paralegal. I went to Darden back at the University of Virginia, and I got my MBA, and then went to Wall Street first as a institutional equity salesperson at Needham and Company. Then I left to change a bit to become a research analyst first at Gerard Clower Madison, then went to Lehman Brothers. I was at Lehman Brothers until the end. It was not my fault. I just, put my head down and did my job. And then fortunately, Barclays absorbed Lehman Brothers. And so between Lehman Brothers and Barclays, that's where I spent the majority of my career until the end of last year, actually basically around, late December when I resigned last year. I was approached by Jay Snowden at Penn in early December of 2020 with the opportunity to interview for the CFO position. Again, a dream come true. A lot of folks, either investment bankers and research analysts on Wall Street, aspire over time to go work for the companies that they've followed. And again, I respected Penn tremendously. They were one of the first companies that I followed, and so it was just a really nice kind of full circle. And here I am.
Okay.
But
Well,
before we go into
please.
Q&A, I do want to address an item that I know that's been front and center for you as you've contemplated my suitability. From 2006 to 2011, our beloved nanny, who continues to work for us today, and is a second mother to my 13 and 15-year-old, was working for us as an illegal alien. We hired her knowing that she was not a legal citizen, and I want to explain to you why that was a decision that we made at that time. We had previously hired baby nurses from services, legal citizens. They were terrible. They were more of a burden than help. They made up stories. They didn't show up to work. And my husband and I had demanding jobs. We worked all the time.
I'm sorry, could you go back a second?
Yeah.
What did you say? Who had you hired?
We had hired, when our children were born, we hired baby nurses
Oh, baby
from
nurses.
service.
Okay,
Yep.
sorry, I didn't.
Yeah, the mask, sorry. We hired baby nurses. My husband and I, we had demanding jobs. We worked all the time. We worked weekends. We traveled a lot. And when it was time for me to go back to work, we knew that we needed someone that we could rely on, who would show up. We needed them to. When we needed them to come early in the morning, we would leave for flights go to the airport early in the morning. Oftentimes we were going to work at 5:30, 6 in the morning, and we needed someone who could do more than just a cursory babysitting job. We searched high and low for the right person, and mainly through word of mouth. We searched because I was just so dissatisfied with the agencies. And then we were introduced to our current nanny by a good friend of mine at work. Her mother was the nanny of her twins. And coincidentally, her sister was the nanny of clients' twins. And then also our nanny would pitch in there. So she was well known to people that we respected a lot. She had very, very strong recommendations. And so we decided to meet her and to talk to her. She was bubbly, she was experienced, she was willing to work hours and do additional housework and cleaning that most other people didn't want to do. And as we put her through some trials, we saw that she was different from any other nanny that we had known or met. She gave our kids her undivided attention. She was never on the phone. She was never late. She never complained, and she never said no. And she's the same way today. We knew the immigration status was an issue, but she was literally the only person that we met at the time who could meet our high criteria. Fortunately, in 2011, her husband got a job as a driver for the UN, and now they have G1 visas. And copies of that are in my application. At some point, we did try to get her a green card. As you may or may not know, the process is really onerous, and it was going to take years and years, and it was a hard decision, but we had to abandon that process, which I'm happy to discuss more. But I did want to address this up front, as I do know that you have questions. And I also want you to know that I do know that what we did was not right, but we had to make a decision on the behalf of the welfare of our children. So with that, I'm happy to conclude, and I just really thank you for your consideration. And again, it's a great honor to be here.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, back to your point in addressing the nanny situation. Our agents were clear that you made no qualms about it. You were very direct and honest, which I commend you on. Appreciate that. We'll have some more discussion on that, I think. But before we go forward, strategic CFO, Mr. Snowden, I like him. I know him. He's very talented. So in his hiring of you, what does that mean? Tell me.
What does strategic CFO?
Yeah, as opposed to, say, an operational CFO. Is that the
Yes,
distinction?
that's what that means. So I don't have an accounting background. I do have an extensive finance background, but I'm not a CPA. I can't, balance the books or do what some of our technical accountants do. But my 20 years of Wall Street has given me the perspective of not only kind of the operations and the fundamentals. I mean, certainly in 20 years as a research analyst, I know how to read financial documents.
Right.
I do know some about it, thing about accounting, even though I'm not a CPA. But I was really hired to work with Jeff. I mean, who's Jeff? With Jay and our also our chief strategy officer, Chris Rogers, to think about our growth, where we are in our life cycle, and future projects. As you know, Penn is a company that's in transformation, and to help kind of act as a sounding board to Jay and to Chris and to others in terms of where we should go in the future. At the same time, our CAO, our Chief Accounting Officer, does report into me. Our Senior Vice President of Finance and Treasurer does report into me. So I do have oversight of those verticals, if you will. Our internal audit team or head of internal audit reports into me, as does procurement. So I am somewhat in the weeds with the accounting and the finance, but I'm not actually the person who's conducting those things.
Well, I noticed that distinction, and I also would note you're, in addition to being an equities analyst, you were an M&A expert on Wall Street. So I assume that sort of relates to the company's plans to expand, grow, acquire, so on.
I just for the record, since my husband is an M&A expert and I'm not, I'll just say that I am not. But I have seen a lot of M&A in the years for all the companies that I covered. At one point, I was covering 35 companies, and all of them, or not all of them, but a large majority of them did do extensive M&A. And so I've evaluated companies, M&A, both on the good and for the good and bad.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Okay, well, I appreciate that introduction, and it's a pleasure to have you here. I'll open it up for questions. My colleagues, please.
Thank you for the presentation. Good morning. As far as your background, apart from the one topic that I think we're going to cover here in a second, I don't have any concerns. It's not all this, you're not all unlike some other executives we've seen as well that covered Wall Street and then come into the gaming industry. And I know they're going to other industries as well. So congratulations on that. We've seen that before. In terms of your background, as I mentioned, it's very clean apart from the one issue. And so I did want to talk just a bit about that. You had mentioned you got introduced to your nanny because at a certain point you got sort of you were unhappy with all the other nannies that you had previously, and you knew, and I appreciate you coming out front and saying, and we knew that she was not here legally, because then we'd have to have a whole 20-minute discussion on really, is that the case? So thank you. And I will echo what was mentioned a minute ago, that our investigator did say that you were very forthcoming on this, but you understood that it would probably be something we would discuss here. So at a certain point, your nanny became legal to work here, and that would have been in 2011.
Mm-hmm.
So up until that time, or from that time onwards, how were you compensating her?
Yeah. So we did pay her off the books. Okay. I would say that with cash.
Sorry.
So from 2013 until now, we use a third-party service called they've had several different names, but right now they're called My Home Pay. And so we fund them, and then they process the paychecks, they withhold all, the taxes and Social Security and all that kind of.
So their payroll company.
Their payroll.
I wasn't familiar with them until I read the
They
materials.
do a lot of things. I think that there was some confusion in the investigation because they also have a division that is a nanny service, a babysitting service, but the part that we use is a payroll processing company.
So, and I was inartful in my question, but from up until 2011, it was under the table. And then from 2011 till 2015, it was still the same manner. It's from that point forward.
We started in January of 2013 with the service.
Okay. And from that point forward, it was all run through that payroll company.
Correct.
Yeah, I just had to read through it a few times just to understand
how it began and where it led to. It's never you probably never thought it would become an issue until you get the success that you've had in your career, and now you have to be licensed. But I get that at a certain point, you're just looking at what's the best for your children.
With hiring her, that was about what's the best for my children, and it still is. I mean, she's still part of our family. I don't really have any friends who've had nannies stay with them for this long. So, that's still the best for our children. The part about paying cash was something that we were really never comfortable with. I think you can tell from our application that my husband and I try to live, as I don't know what the word is, in the correct way as much as we can. Everything that we do is really thoughtful, and we think about it a lot. Um, this when we started using this service, when someone at work told me about a service that they were using, I didn't even know that they existed. Whether this is right or wrong, it kind of was the way how people did things in New York at the time. And the greatest thing for me was that we started using the service. It's completely I don't have to do anything. They directly come out of I don't have to think about it except when she works overtime and I have to go into the system and adjust things. And then obviously, we don't have to, worry about not doing the right thing anymore. But I didn't even know that that kind of service existed before, and it was just everybody that we knew kind of did the same thing. I'm not saying that it's right at all, but we feel much better. We felt much better since 2013 doing it.
Because so at no point did you issue a 1099 as an independent contractor or anything like
Before
that?
that, no, we did not. But now since 2013 and going
Up until
she does.
2013.
And to be fair, I mean, if this is something that, we want to discuss further, I mean, my husband and I've talked about this a lot. I mean, we're happy to do what we need to do to go back and pay back taxes and all that. I mean, we want to just make sure we do the right thing. So
My personal view is the tax amount would probably be very immaterial. It wouldn't even be worth discussing for me. It's just going through that. And I just want to understand, was there a thought process as why not to, do it properly at least, or was it not something that was available to you for any reason up until that point?
yeah, I think that there's several things. I think one is it's just something that I didn't know about until I was just having a one-off conversation with my boss at work about something totally different. And he has a younger child, and he started talking to me about the process, and I was like, oh, I'll look into that. Part of it is, and maybe you guys have experienced this, is that when you work as much as my husband and I do, and did, months turn into, quarters turn into years, and time kind of goes by quickly, and you have things on your list to do, and you have so much other stuff, and you're, moving up in your career, and you have small children, and just things fall by the wayside. Again, I'm not saying that that's right, and this is something that's really important. It's just, the weeks turned into months, turned into years, and the next thing we knew, it was 2013. And so, I mean, that's really kind of why all of that time passed. Again, having to go to the ATM and take out money every week to pay. It was quite onerous and annoying. And we also knew it wasn't right, and it didn't feel good. And so it was great to be able to do it the right way.
And then I think our materials indicated at some point in 2016, you had looked into hiring an immigration attorney.
That's right.
But at that point, in 2011, your nanny was already here legally,
Right.
or able to legally work and reside here.
Yes.
What was the thought process there?
Well, I mean, if her husband, it's because of her husband's job. If, God forbid, her husband loses his job or something happens and he can't work for the UN anymore, they lose that status. And, putting yourself in their situation, I mean, it would be much better I mean, they want to become citizens, so they'd much better to have a green card and then be on that path than to rely on the G1 visa.
That's what I was assuming the case,
Yeah.
but I just wanted to get that on record. Fact that was. So at this point in time, your nanny, she is still under the G1
Correct.
visa authorization.
Yeah.
Okay. And I guess to your credit, you selected somebody that has grown with your family and become, like you had to use your words, a second mother to your children now. So you selected the right person. It sounds like it was just how you got there up until the time of, say, 2013.
That's right.
All right, I didn't have any further questions.
Thank you.
If I could jump in here. So my wife being Hispanic, I've had the opportunity to know many people who've been here in different statuses, we'll call it. My concern is, in addition to the legality of it, is that they don't have any recourse often for, for labor issues. And also, they're oftentimes not paid market. Can you talk about that for a second? Did you pay her what you would have paid someone who was here legally?
Oh my gosh, we paid her more. We paid her so
Did you?
much. I mean, we paid her, just to give an example, in 2020, during, March of 2020, when everything shut down, as you know, we have a second home on Long Island. We tried to all work from our apartment for one day, and I'm pretty convinced a week later someone would not have emerged alive. So we we left the city and we moved out to our home on Long Island. Our nanny did not work for us for that entire year because, given the uncertainties with the pandemic, first of all, she doesn't really drive, and so it's a long kind of journey for her to go back and forth. We've never had a live-in. That's not how our family works, so we didn't want her to live with us. And then also just the safety, the health risks. So we just did not have her come. And for that entire year, we paid her salary, even though she wasn't working. She, as a nanny, she makes it with overtime. You have the W-2s, but she's made around, $80,000 a year. We started her out, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, it was at about $12 an hour, which was market, which is what everybody was getting. And then we had another child, we moved her to $20 an hour, and then we moved her up a little more over time, just cost of living increases. And so that was when we were paying her with cash. When we moved to paying her on the books, obviously we wanted her to net the same amount every week. So we actually raised her compensation. So the gross is actually, was much higher. So, we actually took the responsibility to essentially give her a raise so that she wouldn't have a pay cut, essentially, when we were putting her on the books.
Well, thank you for explaining that. I appreciate that. Let me turn it over to Member Watkins, please.
Hi, good morning.
Hi.
So, having children myself, I can appreciate being a woman who has a career and also needing to, have someone who you trust take care of your children. So I can certainly appreciate that aspect of it. So you talked about attempting to get a green card. When did that happen the first time, or was there only one time?
So when we actually found a lawyer that we were comfortable with and that we liked, that was in 2016. We had interviewed and had talked to other lawyers in the past. And then there's other folks who fancy themselves as immigration consultants. And we talked to some of those people. They didn't exactly make us feel that comfortable. So it just took us a while to find the right person. I'm sorry, I can't remember exactly what year we started to talk to people. If that was 2016, maybe we started in 2013. I can't remember exactly when, so I don't want to misspeak.
Right. That it makes sense. I mean, it was a time ago, but do you recall that it was over the course of multiple years that you were searching, or was it just one year?
There were starts and stops. There was one gentleman who was this consultant person that I probably had conversations with on and off over a few years. Again, I would call him, we would talk, and I get really busy at work, and then months would go by, and then I'd reach out again. I mean, it was probably over a period of years.
I'm sorry.
It was probably over a period of years.
Can you talk a little bit more about the process, what it was like after 2016 once you interviewed?
Yeah, so we found someone that we liked. We paid her a retainer. I think that's the check you guys have in my file. You have to fill out all this paperwork, application. And then the first step in the process to getting someone moving along in the immigration is that you have to, I don't know if they do this now because it seems kind of antiquated, but you have to put an advertisement in a newspaper or in several newspapers to basically advertise for the job so that the government is clear that there's not a legal citizen who could actually take that job. So you write a job description, you put it in the paper, you advertise for that position, and if people reply or respond to that job offer, to the blurb, you interview them, and if they meet the criteria, then you don't move forward with the immigration process because technically there's someone else who could take that job, right? So we did that. We put a job description in the paper. We waited and waited. We had one, maybe two responses. One response seemed legitimate. We set up the interview and the person never showed. Again, our requirements are such that when most people, and you may be familiar with this, when most people are hired to take care of children, they only want to do what's specific to the child. So they'll prepare the children's food, they'll clean around the child, they'll take the child after school, whatever they need to do, they'll do their laundry, but they don't want to do everything else. And then also because our hours were nuts. I mean, sometimes it was like at the last minute. One time I was in Hong Kong and my husband called me and he said, I have to go to LA. And I'm like, okay, now she's going to have to sleep over for the whole week. And, last minute, it just, people weren't that flexible. And so that was in our job description. So people did not want to take that. So after you find that, you go through the newspaper advertising part of it, and you just move forward with the application. You put the application in, and then you just kind of wait. And somewhere between the job description and then the waiting and then the change in the political climate in this country, it kind of looked like the whole thing was going to become futile. So we just dropped it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sure.
It's a very thorough explanation. I appreciate
No problem.
you being so willing to disclose the details and forthcoming. And so what I heard from your comments in response to Member Casaro's question were I concluded that when she received her visa in 2011, the reason why you didn't start using a payment service and stop paying her under the table was because a combination of because you weren't aware of the service until 20 later.
Yep.
Right. But also because you were busy, you kind of lost track. Is that understanding
Yeah.
correct?
It's not something I'm proud of, but there's a lot of things that don't get done in our lives because they just fall through the cracks. Like we need to paint our apartment, and it's just never going to happen.
I understand completely.
But yes, and the moment that I found out about the service, I remember I went back to my desk, I looked it up, and then we started. So
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Well, thank you. That's all.
Saros.
I didn't have any further questions. I will note in our materials, though, there was nothing in your application that was submitted where you didn't respond accurately and truthfully. This was something that our investigator apparently had turned up as part of his review. And to mention what I stated earlier, he did say you were very forthcoming as soon as you were questioned about it. It's not as if it's a question on the application to ask about the specific scenario. Have you ever hired somebody, blah, 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 blah. So, and I appreciate the exchange here. This is something I don't condone at all. On the other hand, it's not as if this is something that I would look at you and say, okay, and because of that, I can't support your application. I support your application. I'm happy to move forward without applying any condition here. But these sort of things, if anything, there's nothing else in your background. So for me, looking to the future, I would assume there's not going to be another type of instance like this going on. So that gives me comfort saying I can support this application. But it is something that we documented now. So understand anything further in the future, you could have a different result at some point. So
I understand.
I would echo those comments. I feel comfortable moving forward without any condition, and I don't. This is something that you would engage in. The rest of your background was clean, so I don't have a problem supporting the application.
I agree. I also support your application. I appreciate your honesty and forthrightness. I just note, I know that you're on the agenda for its, your own finding of suitability as an officer of the company. But as a licensee, the company Penn National, I want to make sure that you understand that I'm concerned with Barstool Sports. I've sent to your company a request for information and vetting of those issues by your compliance committee. I'd like a report by the date that I noted in that. If you could follow up on that, I appreciate it.
I will. I'm sure that you will get it on that date. I will follow up with both Chris Soriano and our
Thank you.
General Counsel, Harper Coe.
Okay.
And I would echo that concern.
Of course.
Me three.
And, members of the board, I can also state that they are working on that, and I've seen some communications back and forth, so I think you will receive a response shortly.
Thank you. Okay, with that then, I would ask for a motion.
Chair Gibson, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 5 as read into the record by Secretary Bell.
Member Katsouros?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you.
you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And
Congrats.
we'd also like to say it was a pleasure working with Agent Lombardo.
Yes.
And
Really was.
look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Good to
Thank
see
you.
you. Take care. Madam Secretary, let's move on to our next item, please.
Next item is non-restricted number 6, which is the application of Strategic Gaming Management LLC doing business at Big Wheel Casino Battle Mountain for a non-restricted gaming license.
Good morning.
Okay. We have Mr. Lincoln here on Zoom, I think. Let him cue in.
And I believe Mr. Shear is in Carson City.
Okay. Mr. Shear, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Chair Gibson, Board Member Watkins, Board Member Katsaros, Madam Secretary. For the record, Scott Shearer of Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck, appearing on behalf of the applicant Strategic Gaming Management. As you noted, appearing via Zoom is Mr. Grant Lincoln, CEO, and also appearing with me today in Carson City is Mr. Chris Gump, General Manager. Thank you for allowing Mr. Gump and me to appear in Carson City and for allowing Mr. Lincoln to appear by Zoom. I also want to thank Agent Teresa McElhaney for her courtesy and professionalism in handling this investigation. I have a very brief affirmative presentation if you would like, Mr. Chair, but be happy to proceed as you desire.
No, I appreciate the affirmative presentations. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. This application is for a non-restricted gaming license at Big Wheel Battle Mountain, a new truck stop being built just off of Interstate 80 in Lander County. It will be very similar to the Big Wheel Lovelock operation that SGM ran until recently and for which it still serves as the slot route operator. Mr. Gump, who is the general manager at Baldini's in Sparks, will also oversee Big Wheel Battle Mountain. The company will hire a full-time manager in Battle Mountain who will report to Mr. Gump. Mr. Gump will rotate weekly visits with the company's CFO and its IT slots manager, so he will personally be on site every third week. They will combine visits to Battle Mountain with visits to Lovelock as part of their responsibilities as the slot operator there. As you probably know, it's about an hour and a half drive from Sparks to Lovelock and another hour and a half from Lovelock then to Battle Mountain. So each of the 3 managers who will regularly visit the properties will be able to visit both properties in one long day, but one day. The entire management team will also be available by phone 24/7 should any incidents arise, and if a physical presence is required at any other times, they'll jump in the car and head out to Battle Mountain. SGM operated in Lovelock for 9 years using a very similar model without any incidents, and we're confident they will be able to do the same at Battle Mountain. We would be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shearer. Let's have Mr. Lincoln announce himself for the record and give us some back.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Grant Lincoln. Mr. Chairman and Member Katsaros and Member Watkins, I certainly appreciate you indulging us with allowing me to appear by Zoom. I had several issues, personal family issues in which I'm unable to personally attend, but look forward to seeing you hopefully in the very near future.
Okay. So Battle Mountain, tell us about what your hopes are for this project.
I guess our initial hopes would be that it's as reasonably as successful as we have been in Lovelock. Same gentleman that we leased from in Lovelock is the developer and operator of Battle Mountain. So based on what we've been able to do there, we're quite confident that, and he's quite confident that this location is probably 10 to 20% better than the Lovelock location, just based on his gross gallonage projections. So with that being the case, as I said, we're very confident that we'll achieve at least the same numbers that we do at the former Lovelock operations.
Okay. Thank you for that. So this, you're asking for 45 machines at this location, that's my understanding. And you're going to repurpose the excess slots from Baldini's, is that correct?
Yes, we took, and I guess I wouldn't call them necessarily excess slots, is we brought an additional 45 new games into Baldini's, and then we'll pull what I would call, the prior generation games of the similar theme off the floor at Baldini's. So it's not like the location will just be receiving, run down, tired themes. I said, these will be games that have been on our floor for, 12 to 18 months and are basically still new, but we can get better bang for our dollar by putting those boxes into our highest performing location and then putting the boxes that we take out of a similar theme but slightly older into the Battle Mountain location.
Okay. Where is the truck? This is a truck stop that we're talking about here. Where is the travel headed to and from? Can you tell us about that?
I don't have real good knowledge about that, but the time I drove out there, as I said, it's right off of the interstate, and obviously there's I don't know what the traffic counts are there, but I said very substantial traffic on that road. I mean, it seemed like it was bumper to bumper the whole way. It probably wasn't actually that bad, but the traffic is moving between Reno and apparently, the Salt Lake City corridor. So tremendous. The day I drove it, there was a tremendous amount of truck traffic. I mean, it was, just FedEx trucks, UPS trucks, Walmart trucks, grocery, Safeway grocery trucks. So I would assume that is the genesis for, what Dennis is basing his gas and diesel projections on.
Okay. Thank you. I will open it up for questions from my colleagues, please.
I don't have any questions.
Just a couple quick ones, Mr. Lincoln. Thank you very much. You're going to be using casino track at this location, it seems. Are you using that same system over at Baldini's?
No, we use casino track only at the Lovelock location. So
Okay,
this
and at
will be
Baldini's?
And at Baldini's, we just replaced our entire system with Konami.
Okay. How's your Baldini's location doing these days?
It's been extremely well. All things considered, I would say it would mimic the trends that you're seeing statewide in the locals market.
Have you benefited from the growth of all the new housing sort of in close proximity to that property?
Yes, certainly. We're seeing just on carded visits, as I said, which is kind of an indicator for us of, how many new people are coming in. But I said those continue to grow at a fairly substantial rate.
Okay, thank you. Now, straightforward application here for the new location, 45 machines. You're looking to open pretty shortly, it seems. There was no area of concern, so I didn't have any further questions.
Okay. And neither do I. So with that, I think all three of us for opportunities to ask questions. So I'd ask for a motion.
Sure. There are a few conditions that I'll be going over. Mr. Scheer, are you familiar with that? Or is your client familiar with those?
Yes, we've had an opportunity to review those and don't have any concerns.
Okay, thank you. Then I'll move forward with a motion here to, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 6 as read on the record by Secretary Bell. Condition as follows. Location is limited to the operation of slot machines. The surveillance system must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license, and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. And lastly, a full-time attendant, age 21 or older, must be on duty at all times the machines are available to the public for play.
Okay, thank you, Madam Secretary.
Member Katsouros.
Aye.
Member Watkins.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you very much for appearing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, let's go on to our next item.
Next item is non-restricted number 7, which is the application of Northern Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc. for a transfer of interest. You also have for board consideration only the application for determination regarding the transfer of the non-restricted gaming license within the Sparks redevelopment area as noted on the agenda.
Okay.
Good morning, Chair Gibson.
Welcome.
Member Katsaros, Member Watkins, Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Cannon Smith, and I'm General Counsel for Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc. With me is Paula Graziano. Ms. Graziano is NRSI's president, as well as the president for Northern Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc. We're before you today on 2 related matters. The first, seeking approval to transfer 100% of the interest in Northern Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc. from Richard Craig Esty to Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc. And second, for approval to relocate the non-restricted license currently operated at 1144 Victorian Avenue in Sparks to a new location in Sparks, namely 1412 Pullman Drive, pursuant to NRS 463.302. Before getting into the matters, NRSI would like to thank the board for approving Mr. Esty's waiver and the investigation division, in particular, Senior Agent Alyssa Thompson and Supervisor Matt Doyle for their work and assistance on these matters. If it would please the board, I believe it would provide a little better context to talk about the license transfer and then the interest transfer.
Let's take the first item first. Let's deal with the application for transfer of interest. Do you have any questions from either of my colleagues? No. Okay, and the purpose of this is estate planning is what's happening here.
So for the matter that's listed first, the purpose of the license transfer kind of goes hand in hand with moving the license, the request to move the license. Mr. Esty owns 100% interest in NRSI, and the location on Victorian, which is the location that's being requested to move, he originally had partners in that location, but subsequently in 2008 bought them out, and so he is the 100% shareholder. The transfer of interest is being sought because NRSI is funding the development of the new casino property. And Mr. Esty thought that it would be better to simply transfer his interest into NRSI to be a subsidiary in lieu of, arranging financing for that.
That makes sense. All right, let's go on to the next item then. Let's go on to the transfer of the license.
Right. Based on some questions that came up yesterday at RUMP, I think it would be important to note for the record and for the board that the landlord entity at the Victorian location, Abel Holdings, is the same landlord at the new Pullman location. So there isn't any sort of taking away from the landowner at the current location. The catalyst for the requested license move began around 2017 when the properties that surround the location on Victorian, which were owned by the city of Sparks and used as parking lots at the time, began to be sold off to developers. Over the course of a few years, what was ample parking for the location really dwindled down to just sort of a handful of parking spots. When NRSI approached the city of Sparks to kind of discuss how that parking matter was affecting business, the city of Sparks was supportive of giving NRSI the opportunity of finding perhaps another location in a redevelopment area within Sparks to relocate the license. And indeed, it's very important that where the license would move to would be in a redevelopment area because NRS 463.302 subsection 1A requires that wherever the license would be moving is established as a redevelopment area pursuant to NRS chapter 279. The Pullman location is in Sparks redevelopment area 2C, and so it meets that requirement. Additionally, NRS 463.302 subsection 4 requires that before the board may approve a move and transfer of a license like this, the local jurisdiction must approve it. The city of Sparks approved the conditional use permit to build the new building in August of 2018. And then this summer, in June of 2021, approved the moving of the license conditioned on obtaining a C of O and getting the state's approval as well. For those reasons, NNRSI would ask for approval to move and transfer the license as described.
All right. And would you speak for a moment about their expansion plans here as well? Is that correct?
That's correct. The current location, it's an unlimited license. The previous, when it was the Treasury Club, it had full gaming tables and everything. Currently, there are about 40 slots operating at the location on Victorian, and the plan to move the new building is substantially bigger, and it will have approximately estimated about 150 slots is the plan.
Thank you for that. And Ms. Graziano, I mean, you have a strong reputation as a former member of the board. We don't ever hear from you. So do you have any comments?
None at this time, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. We'll open up for questions.
I just have a couple of quick questions. I'm not sure you mentioned on the record, how far is the distance between the two locations?
Driving distance is about 3 miles.
Okay. And what's the current lease? The current location?
The lease on the location?
Yes.
Or
what's the payment on it?
it's about 17,000 a month, I believe.
And what will be the new payment in the new location?
It's I don't know the exact amount, but it's more than I can get that for you in just a moment.
And our materials?
It is more than the Victorian location.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Good morning. I just wanted to go back again on the history of that property. I think I was discussing with the last applicant, the growth of the residents around that area. Specifically, it is in Victorian Square. If you look now, they've got loads of apartments just going up. Seems like every week. It's like, where'd that building come from? I think it's slowed down a little bit now because they don't have much space. But the building that you're in right now is Victorian, so you had parking there, but it wasn't necessarily owned by the property owner, but it was available to that building via the city?
Correct.
Okay. And was it like some sort of easement that they provided to the building or the businesses around there? Because you're not the only business around there.
Correct. There's some essentially, like, I guess, CC notes and entitlements that are on the titles there that provided for that space to be used as parking for those locations.
Okay. And then, but at a certain point with the raising of all these different apartments going around there, then they started to eat into some of those parking spaces is what you're saying. And I know in Victorian Square, there's not a lot of other parking spaces like right in Victorian Square. You have to get into parking structures and so forth that are some distance away.
Correct.
Okay. And so based upon that, then you've received approval from the city of Sparks because you've obviously had discussions with them, said, hey, this is an issue for our business. They said, hey, we're happy to allow you to move this to another redevelopment area.
That's correct.
Is that a redevelopment area in Victorian?
It is. Victorian is also a redevelopment area.
Okay. So you've got your local approval from Sparks. There's no Washoe County approval necessary?
No, there isn't.
Okay. So then the board and commission would be the last piece of everything.
Yes.
Okay. That was all I had.
Okay. Thank you. Watkins.
I don't have any questions.
Thank you.
And just to clarify, Mr. Cannon, so Sparks, City of Sparks granted approval for movement of the license. Which date?
Excuse me?
When did City of Sparks provide the approvals?
That was, the CUP was approved on August 2nd, 2018. Okay. And the City of Sparks, this came under City of Sparks resolution number 3382, and that was signed on June 14th, 2021.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, with that, I'd ask for a for a motion.
Okay, and so there's two items here. I was going to
There
deal with,
are, I mean, it's,
I was going to deal with the board consideration item first, if
Please.
that's okay, Chair.
that's good.
Okay. And there's two conditions on that. Hopefully you're familiar with those already.
We are.
So I move to approve a portion of item number 7 dealing with board's consideration for the transfer of the non-restricted gaming license with the following conditions to be added. Prior to the transfer of the non-restricted gaming license, the surveillance system must be installed, inspected, and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division, and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. And the transfer of the non-restricted gaming license must be completed by midnight of the June 2022 Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting. The transfer is not completed. The action of the Nevada Gaming Control Board is void, and a new application must be made.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Katsouros.
Aye.
Member Watkins.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye.
And so the next motion is for the transfer. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 7 as read into the record by Secretary Bell.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Katsouros.
Aye.
Member Watkins.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right. Madam Secretary, let's go on to the next item, please.
Next item is non-restricted number 8, which is the application of BC Technologies LLC doing business as BC Technologies for licensure as a manufacturer and distributor, and the applications of Hagen Bottlen and Bruce Marati for licensure as sole member, manager, and or key executive as noted on the agenda. I believe Mr. Marati is appearing via Zoom and Mr. Shear is in Carson City.
Okay, welcome, Mr. Shear again. It's like
Thank you.
your client zoom in. QM. Okay, there you are. Welcome, Mr. Marati.
Bruce, I think you're muted.
Okay, go ahead and unmute yourself, please. Well, he works on that, Mr. Shear. Welcome. If you'd state your name for the record and go into what we're doing here with this application.
I will. Again, good morning, Chair Gibson, Board Member Katsouros, Board Member Watkins, Madam Secretary. For the record, Scott Shearer, Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck, appearing on behalf of the applicants BC Technologies, Hagen Medallion, and Bruce Marati. I want to thank you for waiving the appearance of Mr. Medallion and for allowing Mr. Marati to appear by Zoom. I also want to thank Senior Agent Ballinger and Supervisor Kolesnikova for their thorough handling of this investigation. Again, I do have an affirmative presentation if you would like me to proceed with that.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This has been a long road for a startup. BC Technologies was first granted a 2-year limited license in June of 2018. And along with that limited license, there were 6 conditions imposed. One required Mr. Medallion to obtain a different type of visa. Another required them to retain an individuals with qualifications and expertise necessary to oversee the manufacturer and have that person file an application for licensure as a key employee. That has been done. The third required the applicants to provide evidence that they were operating independently from VetConstruct. The fourth required Mr. Vahe Medallion, who is Vahagen's father and the primary lender to the company, to file an application for finding of suitability. The fifth required BC Technologies to post a revolving fund of $25,000. And the sixth required any software to be submitted to the technology division, the NGCB lab, for full review and inspection. The first 5 conditions have all been met. Mr. Medallion did receive his visa. They have hired Armin Verdanian, who has filed an application as a key employee. They have provided evidence of their independence to the satisfaction of the chair, and so the license was issued. And then Vahe Medallion has filed an application for finding of suitability as a lender. and the revolving fund has been posted. So all 5 of those have been met. The only condition that remains is, and this was not a pre-licensing condition, but is a condition before they can sell their system, is that the system must be reviewed and approved by the technology division. And there have been some hiccups with that in the course of meeting the conditions. They lost their original field trial location and have been searching for a new field trial location since. They now have a new field trial location, although that location does not yet have its race and sports license and has now applied for, and that application for a race and sports license is pending, but they have agreed to serve as the field trial location once they are authorized to operate race and sports. So when the 2-year limited license expired in June of 2020, of course, that was right in the middle of COVID closures and travel restrictions. So the agents were not able to complete their investigation in a timely manner because of the travel restrictions and the need for travel with this particular investigation. And we discussed with the investigations division, agreed to seek an additional 6-month limited license. That was granted. It expired in December of 2020. And of course, by then there still were travel restrictions, especially with regard to Mr. Vahe Badalian's application, because he is an Armenian citizen and is an Armenian required to travel to Armenia, and that was difficult. So in December of 2020, we asked for another 1-year extension, again in consultation with the investigations division, and that was also granted. And that brings us to today here, December of 2021, again seeking another extension, because as my understanding is that we're still awaiting, obviously, the approval of the system by the technology division, and now that we have a field trial location, we will be able to proceed forward with that. But then secondly, to complete the investigations of Armin Vardanyan and Vahe Badalian, and to update the investigations now at this point of Mr. Muradi and Mr. Vahagan Badalian. So we're again seeking an extension, another 1-year extension of the limited license, so that we can the investigations division can complete those investigations and hopefully put all of the matters on the agenda in front of the board commission sometime in the next year for approval. Hopefully at the time that the MISPA is ready to go on the agenda for its race and sports application.
Okay,
With
thank you
that,
for that,
Mr. Chairman, I think Mr. Muradi is unmuted, so he's available for
Yes.
questions, and I'm available.
Mr. Muradi, welcome.
Thank you.
So let me ask
Thank
you a
you.
question.
Yes.
Well, please state your name for the record first, if you would.
Bruce Maradi. I'm CFO and COO of BC Technologies, LLC.
And so from Iran, you went to the London School of Economics, is that right?
Yes.
And studied accounting?
Actually economics, and then I worked for PwC in London for 7 years. And when I was just waiting for things to get better back home to go back, and things were getting worse. And that's when I decided to move to California and started a new life. This is a long time ago. And since then, I've done many different things, but in the last 25 years, I've been involved in gaming technology and anything to do with gaming.
Wonderful. That's a neat story. I appreciate that. London School of Economics is an incredible university. So how confident are you that with this extension, it's 1 year? And as an aside, this is my first time dealing with this item. It does have a long history. My predecessor, she dealt with it as well. But how confident are you that you'll be able to get this trial on within next year?
Okay, so in the last couple of years, we have submitted a number of documentations as requested by the technology division, ranging from the architecture of the system to the matrix, control matrix, to report matrix, showing how our system meets the requirements of sports book as well as other requirements for having a full managed system for sports wagering. And we were, just because of COVID and some other issues, we had a tough time. That, you know, it was hard to travel to secure a location. Plus, right after we submitted our application, things changed in 2018 with the whole reversal of PASPA. And back then, there was really not many companies interested in doing new sports books, but things changed. Luckily, we now have a location, which we're very pleased with, because I think it's the right location. We've met with the owner and the manager. We believe our technology is well suited not only to meet the requirements, but potentially exceed the expectation of what is used right now in Nevada for sports books. So I'm pretty confident, and I've been working on this thing for a few years now.
Okay. One of the items that that I would note, and that others have noted as well on our team, is that the Mitzpah is not a location that's going to have heavy traffic, and so stress testing the system is going to be challenging for you.
Yes, we understand that. You know, unfortunately, that is that's the situation. But when I went to Tonopah about a month ago, 3 weeks ago, you know, there is another kiosk there, but other than that, there is really nothing else. So the owner of the property is going to promote the kiosk or the sports book through billboards and other things. So he has his own plan. I know it'll be different. It was if the location was in like Las Vegas or Reno, but you know, the owner thinks that he can promote the system. It might take a little bit longer, but we think that there'll be enough wagers going on the system.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll open it up for questions from my colleagues.
Yeah, just quickly, can you talk about your residences over the last decade or so?
Oh, mine?
Yes.
Okay, so I've lived in the same house in California for the last 25 years. And I've been commuting back and forth to Las Vegas for the last 20 years, sometimes every week for 3-4 days, sometimes once a week, sometimes less, but I've been commuting back and forth for a long time.
Where do you currently live?
I live in San Diego.
Where are you now?
Right now, I'm actually on a gaming conference on the East Coast. There is a gaming conference in New Jersey right now. So I'm attending the conference, and I'm in my hotel room right now.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Maradi, or good afternoon, since you're on the East Coast at, I assume, SBC.
Yes.
I'm pretty familiar with your background as well as the materials in front of us in the application. So I don't really have any questions at this time. I think what we're looking for, as was mentioned, is a 1-year extension in order to get through the final sort of hurdles that you need to get through. So I'm supportive of your application. I didn't have any other questions.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, and with that, yeah, we'll. So you're back in New Jersey. We won't take offense at that, but yeah. I'd ask for a motion then if we can.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 8 as read into the record by Secretary Belt, subject to a limited license to expire at midnight of the December 2022 Nevada Gaming Commission meeting on the day the item is heard.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Sherman.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Here. All right, let's go on to our next item.
Next item is non-restricted number 9, which is the application of Ike Gaming Inc. for a transfer of interest in the applications of the ILE Irrevocable Trust, the AKREG Irrevocable Trust, the DEH Irrevocable Trust, and the KMEF Irrevocable Trust for registration as holding companies and licensure as shareholders. Lastly, of the applications of Ike Lawrence Epstein, Alexandra Kate Robinson Epstein Guda, Dana Epstein Hofflander, and Katie McNeely Epstein Fine for a finding of suitability as a trustee and or beneficiary.
Okay,
Morning,
welcome,
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Alonso. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too, Mr. Chairman. Member Katsaros, Member Watkins, Madam Secretary, for the record, I'm Michael Alonso, and I'm here on behalf of Ike Gaming Inc., which does business as the El Cortez Hotel and Casino in downtown Las Vegas. I would like to introduce the board members to several members of the Epstein family who are all longtime licensees in connection with the El Cortez. And if they'll stand as I introduce them, I'd appreciate that. First, Irving Kenneth Epstein. And Mr. Kenny Epstein is the chairman of the board, chief executive officer, and currently the largest shareholder of Ike Gaming Inc. Mr. Epstein first obtained a non-restricted gaming license in the mid-70s, and he's been licensed in connection with the El Cortez since 1981. Next is Ike Lawrence Epstein. And Lawrence is the president of Ike Gaming Inc. and a member of the board of directors, and he's also licensed as a shareholder through the Ike Lawrence Epstein 1994 Trust. And he's an applicant today to be licensed as a trustee and beneficiary of the ILE Irrevocable Trust, as well as to be licensed as a trustee as the other trust that Madam Secretary read into the record. Next is Dana Epstein Hofflander. Dana has been licensed for many years as a shareholder of Ike Gaming through the Dana Michelle Epstein 2001 Trust. And she is an applicant today to be licensed as a beneficiary of the DEH Irrevocable Trust. Next is Alexandra Epstein Gude. And Alex is the executive manager at the El Cortez and is licensed as a member of the board of directors and as a shareholder of Ike Gaming through the AKRE Living Trust. She's an applicant today to be licensed as a beneficiary of the AKREG Irrevocable Trust. And finally, Katie Epstein Fine. And Katie is currently licensed as a shareholder of Ike Gaming Inc. through the KMRE Living Trust, and she's an applicant today to be licensed as a beneficiary of the KMEF Irrevocable Trust. And Mr. Chairman and members of the board, the matter before you today is accomplishing some estate planning goals for Mr. Kenny Epstein as he is transferring the majority of his shares in Ike Gaming Inc. to his children through these newly created irrevocable trusts for the benefit of his children and his grandchildren as generation skipping provisions within those trusts. And Mr. Epstein is transferring a total of 3.2 shares of his 5 shares of Ike Gaming stock, which equates to 0.08 shares to being transferred to each of the newly formed trusts. Post-transfer, Kenny Epstein will continue to be chairman of the board and chief executive officer of Ike Gaming Inc., and he will continue to be actively involved in the day-to-day operations of the hotel and casino. That concludes our affirmative presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions that the board members may have. I do want to take a moment to recognize your staff and specifically recognize Senior Agent Brian Smith for all of his work and professionalism on this application and the investigation. I would also like to take a moment to recognize Chief Labadie. As I understand, this is going to be his last meeting, and thank him for his 35, and as he corrected me this morning, plus years at the Gaming Control Board, and wish him the best of luck on his retirement. And 35 years of Gaming Control Board and that service to the state counts for something, and I appreciate it very much. With that, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Alonso, and welcome to the Epstein family. It's wonderful to see you. Long time Nevada family, done great good, and I apologize for having you wait so long. I would have taken you out of order if I'd realized what we were doing here. So again, thank you for coming. I have no questions. I'm happy to support the application. I appreciate all you've done, and I'll turn it over to colleagues for questions.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Alonso. How are you?
Good morning, Member Watkins. I'm great. How are you?
Good. Given the previous licensing history and no derogatory information, I'm happy to support the application. I don't have any questions.
Thank you very much.
I'll echo those comments. Good morning. I will note, I'm very familiar with the property. I used to stay downtown a lot, some of my prior work lives. And El Cortez was a place I would frequent quite a bit. So I was vaguely familiar with some of the background of the property. But then reading through the materials, it just was refreshing to read all of that again. Congratulations on all your success with that property. I didn't realize it goes back to 1981. That predates cheap poverty even. That's saying something. So I'm happy to support the application too.
Thank you, Member
Thanks.
Katsaros.
Okay. Well, I wish we could say more and drag this out longer, but I'm sure you're excited to leave. But thank you again for coming, all of you. It's I really appreciate we appreciate it in person. So with that, I'd ask for a motion.
Thank you. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 9 is read into the record by Secretary Bell.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Member Watkins.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right. Let's go on to our next item.
Next item is non-restricted number 10 is the application of Christopher Neal Balaban for licensure as a key executive of MEI GSR Holdings LLC.
Welcome, Mr. Light, Mr. Balaban.
Good morning, Chair Gibson, Member Watkins, Member Katsaros. For the record, my name is Glenn Light with the law firm Lewis Roper. I am accompanied at the podium by the applicant Christopher Balaban, who is the Chief Financial Officer of the Grand Sierra Resort and Casino. To begin, we would like to thank Supervisor Matthew Doyle and former Senior Agent Chris Morgan for their work on this application. And with your permission, Mr. Balaban would like to provide a brief overview of his background.
Please, welcome, Mr. Balaban.
For the record, Christopher Balaban, good morning, almost afternoon. Chairman Gibson, Member Watkins, and Member Katsaros. Privilege and honor to be here for my application, so I do appreciate the time. I've been in the gaming industry for close to just over 23 years with a very diverse background, working in both public and private and tribal entities, large casinos, smaller local casinos, primarily all in the financial role, which includes the accounting, finance, compliance, controls, cage, IT background. Common question that comes up is how did I end up out here? As you probably see, the very background I do have, I actually have worked with pretty much 2 groups the whole time coming out of the Atlantis and the Bahamas. Part of that group went over to Seminole Gaming, Hard Rock. The other group went over to Penn National / Affinity. So I've been working with those 2 groups pretty much the whole time. When they transferred me west of the Mississippi, after spending most of my life in a lot of humidity and a lot of bugs, it's a whole different lifestyle out here. So it's truly a pleasure to be on this side of the coast. And as such, when the opportunity to come up with GSR was highly recommended, I looked at it and here I am here today for you. If you have any questions about my background, happy to address and answer those.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Balaban. I actually have a question for your counsel. So I represented with someone educated at LSE, and you were at Cambridge or Oxford?
No, neither. I was at Southampton.
Oh, were you at Southampton?
It's I'd like to say it's akin to Cambridge and Oxford.
Sort of, yeah. All right. Well, I guess the UK is well represented today. I have no questions about your background.
Yeah, if you could indulge me here. So it looks like born, raised Florida.
Yes.
Apart from your stint at Atlantis up until the last decade, you were still in Florida, huh? Atlantis property, that was your first entrance into the gaming?
Yes.
Okay. Your materials don't go back prior to that. So go ahead.
I did about 2 years as a financial analyst, first job out of school in nursing homes. So I went from 2 ends of the spectrum.
Got it. Okay. And then to the Atlantis.
Yes.
Okay. I think it was there at the same time you were there, because at that point they were looking to purchase DI, if you recall, Saul Kersner's group, Center International, I believe, right?
Yes.
Okay. May have crossed paths. We were knee deep in all your financial records.
Yes.
Okay, so then Florida, Seminoles, and then, okay, most recently, you were at the Hard Rock in Sacramento.
Yes.
And how did, again, how did you get to the GSR then, or why?
Sure. So Hard Rock Sacramento, I got to there from working with the Seminole tribe prior to that. Realized that, again, I didn't want to go back to the East Coast, loved the West Coast, loved the outdoors. And after coming over to Reno a couple of times, realizing the state structure of Nevada is a little bit more conducive than the state structure of California, knew we were going to retire on the West Coast. And again, the opportunity kind of came up for the GSR. I looked at it and it ended up here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, having worked in Sacramento for a couple of years there, then you're pretty familiar with that whole traffic flow and
yes,
the desires of the patrons to come over the hill into Reno.
Absolutely.
Are you able to leverage that for the GSR property now? And how have you been able to leverage that so far, if you have yet?
Well, sure. I think the important part there is the capital investment that the GSR does, because I think to your point, member customers, is it's far more conducive for the state of Nevada to bring patrons in from outside the state than just, obviously we want to provide a great environment and a great experience for our Nevadians, but the tax benefit of bringing in from the outside is far better. So I would say by leveraging the capital investment of the GSR is absolutely driving that traffic.
It's a beautiful property now. Yes. I mean, you can see it straight away on the
absolutely
on the highway with all the lights and everything during Christmas as well too. So,
yes.
Very clean background. I didn't have any questions other than to welcome you to the gaming industry here in Nevada.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Watkins.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
So I just wanted to confirm for the record, just one more time, which side of the Mississippi did you say you like the best?
The west side.
Okay.
So,
Just make sure we're clear on.
if I got that backwards, my apologies. Grew up on one side, like the other side better.
So there weren't any areas of concern regarding your application, and our staff said that you were great to deal with. So I appreciate that, and I don't have any concerns beyond that or any further questions.
Staff was very fair and easy to do it too. I appreciate their diligence.
Okay. Thank you. With that, I would ask for a motion, please.
I move to recommend approval of unrestricted item number 10 as read into the record by Secretary Bell.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you very much. Thank you for appearing.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a great holiday season.
All right, let's go on to number 11, please.
Non-restricted number 11 is the application of Daniel Paul Wadhams for licensure as a key employee of Sartini Gaming LLC, doing business at Love's Travel Stop number 797.
Welcome.
Is it still morning? Good morning. Phyllis Gillen for Sartini Gaming. I'm here with Daniel Wadhams. Chair Gibson, Member Katsouris, Member Watkins, Madam Secretary. We've cleared the room for you. So Danny is up today for application of a key employee for Love's Travel Stop for management of their gaming operations. Danny has been licensed previously in 2016, 2018, 19, and we don't have a major presentation for you. I'm going to have him give you just a little bit update on his background and also his duties at this location.
Please.
And we want to thank Karen Moreno, Agent Moreno as well. Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Wadhams.
Good morning, Chair Gibson, Member Watkins, Mayor Katsouris, Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Danny Wadhams. A little about me, I'm born and raised here in Las Vegas. Been in Nevada forever, graduated Bishop Furman High School, graduated University of Nevada. Thanks for putting out 2 universities earlier today. Had the privilege of playing football there for Coach Salt. From there, I started with the company in 2010. I've had various roles starting in accounting and then every single job you could do on a slot route. I've performed that over the years and then spent some time being the director of operations in Northern Nevada in the Reno office until ultimately being in charge of the entire state. Some of the daily duties I'm responsible for the daily management, the oversight, the staff, the overall direction of that company, and ultimately the success of that property. What I do on a daily basis is review numbers, the sales reports on a daily. I talk to the staff, surveillance. I have a very talented team of supervisors and management that are throughout that area, both on the slot route side, service and support side, that are meeting with that location daily. So I'm in constant contact with them, as well as some of these other truck stops that we operate in the northern end of the state. I am currently there on in person, at least on a monthly basis or as necessary. But again, I am in daily contact with the location, as well as the location has contact with my management supervisory team throughout the state that help manage all this.
Getting it put together. You were there more often.
Oh yeah, well, in the leading up to it, the month before, as we're doing all the installs and kind of setting up the location, I was there on at least a bi-weekly basis. We actually ran into a little bit of a hiccup with staffing, as you guys are, is a challenge, especially challenging in those rural areas where we had to delay our opening by about 2 weeks to get that staff. It's kind of been a challenge to maintain that throughout. So there's been a lot more involvement on a staffing side than we'd like. We'd like to see a little more consistency, but so far the location is doing fairly well. So we're pleased with where we're at there.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Mr. Wadhams. Tell us with the original licensing of this truck stop, there was a key employee condition placed on the license. Do you know why?
Because it's a non-restricted license, so I would assume that, as with our other truck stops, that there has to be a licensed person responsible for the daily operations, the compliance, to ensure that, as we've been successful in compliance with the other truck stops we operate in, that we continued so far in the 5 short months, maintaining that and continuing to elevate that.
Okay. And how many direct reports do you have?
Right now, it kind of fluctuates, but there's 1 or 2, but it's 8 to 9 right now.
Okay.
We had a little bit of turnover in some of the management staff, so right now there's 8 direct.
And so with the key employee condition, how confident are you that you can successfully do that job? In
I'm
addition to
very
overseeing the
confident.
entire state?
Yeah, excuse me. I'm very confident in maintain the key employee and all the requirements for that. We've demonstrated throughout the past that we're able to effectively manage that. I have a great staff, as well as the corporate support staff that helps allow the travel schedule to be there, that helps, some of the HR, down to the IT and the side of that. So I am confident in the management and supervisory staff that we do have, that I personally have out there, that's touching these locations on a daily basis, that we'll be able to maintain the high level of compliance.
Okay, thank you. I'll turn it over to my colleagues for questions.
Good morning. We have a few minutes until afternoon. Yeah, I didn't have any areas of concern, so I don't have any questions for you. Sorry to disappoint.
Been saving up all morning for it.
I could probably come up with a lot of questions, but I won't. So just to reconfirm though, the materials indicate you were licensed in 2016 and 19.
Yes.
Okay. So this is a relicensing event. Nothing came back derogatory on your background. You did cover your operations already. The question I had, another property for you. Is your bandwidth getting too stretched? You're indicating no.
No, the answer to that's no. And the reason is to reiterate is because of the company provides the support and the ability, with the corporate staff, that gives my team the tools, and my team is very talented, and they've been involved with me since I started there, and so they are able to carry out our directions and make sure that a high level of compliance throughout the entire state is maintained.
A leader's only as good as his team is.
Absolutely.
Well, I didn't have any further questions. Thank you for your appearance here today.
Thank you.
Last of the non-restricted items.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you very much. We've seen you a lot, and it's good to see you again.
See you.
That I ask for a motion.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 11 as read into the record by Secretary Bell.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you.
With that, we have an hour, I think, until we can start. So
That is correct.
go on break. Okay, welcome back. Madam Secretary, let's proceed with our restricted agenda. You have something first, don't you?
Actually, Mr. Chairman, for the clarity of the record, we need to do an approval regarding the meeting minutes for the workshop held on November 18th.
Okay.
She's being too kind. I made a boo-boo. I failed to include the meeting minutes in my motion.
Yeah.
So just upon reflection, it was best to handle that separately here. So if I may,
please.
I move to approve the minutes of the Nevada Gaming Control Board workshop held on November 18th, 2021.
Okay.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you. Thank you. All right. There were, let's go through our consent agenda first and read the items in and vote if we can.
Restricted number 1 is the application of Garang Patel for licensure to receive a percentage of revenue from Century Gaming Technologies doing business at 711 Store 32294. Restricted number 4 is the application of Crawford Coin Inc. doing business at Green Valley Grocer number 71 for a waiver of the Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda. Restricted 5 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at Campus for a restricted gaming license. Restricted 6 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at 711 Store 22581 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted 7 is the application of Best Bet Products Inc. doing business at the Bearded Pig Bar and Grill for restricted gaming license. Restricted 8 is the application of Market Gaming LLC doing business at Smith's Marketplace for restricted gaming license. Restricted 9 is the application of Shortline Gaming LLC doing business as Shortline Gaming doing business at BBQ Kebab for restricted gaming license. Restricted 10 is the application of Eclipse Route Operations LLC doing business as Eclipse Gaming, doing business at Lucky 7 Saloon for a restricted gaming license. And restricted 11 is the application of Eclipse Route Operations LLC doing business as Eclipse Gaming, doing business at Irene's Cocktail Lounge for a restricted gaming license.
Okay, thank you very much. Those following along, that leaves us with item 2 and item 3. The ones we just read into the record as consent items were largely space leases. So I'd ask for a motion.
Chair Gibson, I move to recommend approval of restricted agenda items number 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 as read into the record by Secretary Bell, with conditions to apply as follows. For item number 4, the waiver of the provisions of NGC Regulation 4.080 in conjunction with the approval granted in June 2021 shall expire on the date of the regularly scheduled NGC meeting in June 2022. For item 8, a full-time attendant age 21 or older must be on duty at all times the machines are available to the public to play. And for item 10, the surveillance system and or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license, thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Thank you very much.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you very much. Let's go on to restricted number 2.
Restricted number 2 is the application of Aida Hermes for temporary licensure as personal representative of the estate of Sarmid Yusuf Hermes. I believe Ms. Hermes is appearing via Zoom.
Okay, let's let her cue in. Ms. Hermes.
Hi. Hello.
How are you? Welcome.
Okay. How are you?
Remotely welcome. Good. Good. So this is an opportunity for us to meet you and for you to meet us. First, condolences on the passing of your husband. We understand that you're on for, at least right now, this is an application for a temporary licensure as personal representative for the estate of your late husband.
Thank you.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, tell us about yourself. You're an engineer by training, is that right?
Yeah, I am a chemical engineer, and I also worked here in computer programming software, writing software. And I quit my job when I had my first baby, 6 months after having my first baby, to take care of my family. And my husband was providing for us.
Okay.
And I have 3 kids. The older one is 33 years old. He's an engineer, structural engineer. And my daughter, who is 30 years old, she's a doctor. And I have this daughter with me. She also works in programming, and she's with me just in case I have some, I have never used Zoom before, just in case I have a problem. And
You're doing a lot better than many of the people who appeared before us. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
My understanding is that you have a full application in with the board now. A full application for licensing.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So this will just be a placeholder to allow you to deal with the estate items, and then we'll take up your larger matter on another date. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Right, well, I have no questions for you. I just wanted to meet you, and offer you the opportunity to ask us questions. Do you have it? Is there anything you'd like to know about what we do? What controls you need to have in place? How you should operate?
Well, right now, not really. I'm just waiting to see, when I will be getting my approval. It has been a while since I have applied.
Well, I'm sure that's coming. We've entered a very busy time. It's surprising.
I know, I understand. It's just, it's different time. We've never seen something like that before because of COVID.
Yeah. That and the Nevada market is actually, it's a hot market right now. We've had our eighth straight month of billion-dollar wins gaming space. So it's doing well that way, and lots of applications on file. But again, we welcome you to the gaming industry, and I'll open it up to questions.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hermes. I didn't have any questions on your background either. I did want to send my condolences to you for the passing of your husband.
Thank you.
This is a temporary licensure at this point. Your application is on file, so I know our investigators are working through it. So at a certain point, we'll have the opportunity to have a more full discussion on your background and so forth. But I also want to congratulate you. I think you said engineer, doctor, software programmer. Wow, well done.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here today. I didn't have anything else.
Thank you.
Member Watkins.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I also would like to offer my condolences, and I don't have any questions for you. So it's very nice to meet you, and good luck with everything.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Well, that was easy, wasn't it? I'd ask for a motion. If no one has any objection.
Chair Gibson, I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 2 as read into the record by Secretary Bell, subject to a limited license to expire at midnight of the December 2022 Nevada Gaming Commission meeting on the day the item is heard.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Member Watkins.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's go on to number 3.
Restricted number 3, the applications of RB Properties, Inc. for a transfer of interest in the application of Ashland M. Sands Separate Property Trust as shareholder and registration as a holding company. Lastly, you have the application of Ashland Sands as a trustee and beneficiary. For the record, the agenda notes 250 shares to be transferred. The correct number of shares is 10. There is no change to the percentage being transferred.
Okay. Well, welcome.
Hello.
Welcome, Mr. Gutwald, and
Thank you for correcting the agenda for me. I appreciate that. Dennis Gutwald with the law firm of McDonald Carano. With me is Ashland Sains and Robert Bilbray. Ashland's been before you a number of times, but I think this may be, she's been approved a number of times. This may be her first time appearing before the board. So if you'd like to ask her to tell you a little bit about herself, she's available and we're ready to answer questions regarding the transfer of interest.
no, I appreciate that. I mean, so you're now becoming an owner.
Yes.
Wonderful. All right, so tell us about yourself, please. I've heard a lot about you, by the way, from your father.
Thank you. Yeah, so kind of been born and raised in this business. Started at a young age, and my first job was working as our gas station, and when I was 16 and bagging ice, and went to accounting and summer jobs in high school and college. And then after I left Senator Harry Reid's office in 2010 and 2011, I came and started as executive assistant and then worked my way all the way up. And I'm currently running as vice president. Have 2 gas stations with gaming inside of them, 4 taverns with 15 machines each, and a 68,000 square foot warehouse for light industrial and commercial that I operate as well. And personally, I have 3 kids, mom, husband at home, and am very involved in the schools, school organization chairman for the budgets for K through 12 down at Bennett and Laughlin High School. And yeah, just
That's wonderful. Well,
mom
thank you very
works.
much for that background.
Thank you.
And I'd like to just note that you and your father did a great job during COVID. Thank you for your compliance and for your efforts in that regard.
Yes, no, thank
We're
you.
leaders in Laughlin, and you helped quite a bit. So thank
Yeah,
you.
well, that's what we're there for. Anything.
Wonderful. Mr. Bilbray, how are you, sir?
Well, good afternoon. I think every parent comes to this day in their life and raising their child. I've been a licensee for over 45 years. Pretty much have watched a small community with 32 residents living in trailers turn into 10,000 people. And nothing ever seems to move as fast as you want it to, but I think we've done a great public-private partnership with both the county and the state over this period of time. We've got challenges ahead because of what we're facing. Everybody saw the numbers come out on Laughlin was disappointing. And I think there's a time in every father's life, and I think my time has come. She's been under my tutorship since she left Senator Reid's office in 2013, and I think she's done an excellent job. And by the way, I would be remiss if I didn't state what an excellent, compassionate, effective job the lawful investigators have been doing during this whole COVID. We're blessed. We're blessed like no other community in the state. And being across the state line from a heavy Republican area that doesn't mask and doesn't distance. There are days when I wake up and I think I live in Elko. But they've done an excellent job, and as far as my staff, I've never heard anything but just accolades over the staff you have down in Laughlin, and I'd like to express my appreciation for that.
Thank you, Mr. Bilbray. I know this is about your daughter, but tell us about the gaming win in Laughlin. What's going on down there?
I'm sorry.
The gaming win.
The gaming in Laughlin, what's going on down there? The gaming win.
It's obviously it's changed a lot. It's difficult for us to staff our own employees in Nevada. The demands since the recall vote in California materially affected our housing. It, up until it is very, very, it's not partisan anymore. There's a rush to get out. I probably within 2 hours after they call the recall race in California, I probably got 300 calls, all from California Democrats, and it hasn't stopped. We have, as last I counted, we have 9,700 residents and almost 20,000 post office boxes. And we're probably getting 700 a month more. So there's, it's definitely a retirement place. I think it's probably similar situations are going on in Mesquite and the outlying areas and other places. But the workforce is the biggest challenge. It's going to continue to be the biggest challenge for us. And it has been, and I've watched the way my daughter and our staff have addressed it with our employees, and I think they've done a miraculous job. And I'd appreciate your consideration for approval of my transfer to my daughter for 10% of the company.
Absolutely. Well, Ms. Sains, congratulations on the opportunity to become an owner. I've known your father for many years, and you've been under his tutelage. I'm sure you've learned quite a bit. So with that, I have no additional questions. I just wanted to get a chance to have you in front of us and make sure that we understood that we know each other and we have a relationship going forward. I'll open it up to questions from my colleagues.
Just real quick, I'll just say good afternoon. It's nice to meet you both, and congratulations to you on your ownership interest. And I don't have any questions for you.
Thank you.
I didn't have any questions either, but I appreciate the history and the dialogue we just had there. I appreciate that. I've not actually gotten down to Laughlin yet, but I plan to here shortly.
Give us a call.
Yeah, okay,
We'll
thank
take
you.
you on a tour.
Okay, well, with that, ask for a motion.
Chair Gibson, I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Secretary Bell.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Katsouros.
Aye.
Member Watkins.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
very
And I'd be remiss if I didn't note that, thank Blake Labadie for his 35 years of experience. I know this is his last board meeting, and I'm deeply grateful. I got to work with him at one time, and then I've worked with him over at this capacity, and I don't know that there's a person who's been more knowledgeable or more involved with this institution over the last 35 years. He's been a source for all of us at gaming attorneys, and I want to thank him for that time on the record.
Yeah, well, thank you, Mr. Govald. Just stay there for a second. I'll just use this opportunity to thank Chief Labadie as well. I've known him since I was in the Attorney General's office. He is the most knowledgeable person that I know in terms of structuring. We had a tribal government come before us, at least a sub-part of it, earlier today, and he's the one who put together the structure. And he's done that so many different types of entities over the years that it's going to be a massive institutional loss for us as far as the knowledge. So, I mean, 35 years in state government is a sacrifice, and he's a remarkable. So, thank you, Mr. Chief Labadie, for your service.
I'll add my thanks, Chief Labadie. I'm so sorry that our time together has been so short. I wish I had an opportunity to gain some more insight and sharing some of the knowledge the institutional knowledge you'll be taking with you. But I wish you all the best in your retirement, and you very much.
I've got a cell number.
Well, let me go last then. My history goes back quite a ways with Chief Labadie as well. He's been here, 35 plus years, I think is what's been referenced on the record. So dating back to 1989, but even before that as a student worker as well. And I think what I've been told, and I've double checked twice, that went into the 70s, and that's before computers, word processors. I think typewriters were a big thing back then.
They hadn't passed labor laws yet, against child labor, so I think that's why he's so young. 35 years.
It's been a pleasure working for you, because many may not know, and with you now. But Chief Labadie gave me the opportunity to work for corporate securities back in 1999. I was in tax and license first, and I transferred over. I remember saying, I don't know what you guys do over there, but yeah, I want to do it. You rose through the ranks and become chief. I just wrote down a couple of notes, over your span here at the Gaming Control Board. When people mention the gold standard, they're often talking about the probity investigations that they have to undergo in order to get a license here. And that's talking about you and your organization, and the team that you've built, 70 plus strong right now, I believe. You've been a pillar here for going back 4 decades, basically. And surrounding yourself with the highest caliber in investigators. So great leadership is the product of hiring great staff. You've been a rock here, and you just bury yourself in the details of the work. So as was mentioned, we're going to sorely miss your historical knowledge that you bring, and that we'll be losing, in particularly me. But I want to read one quote. It's on your board that I'd seen when I came back to the Gaming Control Board a few years ago from your daughter, Jordan. She said, if you're talking to Mike for longer than 5 minutes and it's not about work or triathlons, he's probably not very interested and wants you to go back to work. And I think that really encapsulates Mike. Buries himself in the details, got the historical knowledge, and yeah, he's got 5 minutes for you for non-work type things, but get back to work, because we got a lot of work to do here. But as great of a chief as you've been, you're just even a better human being. A lot of people may or may not know he's got a loving, wonderful wife, 2 kids. They're more of an adult age now. And I know he's going to be taking advantage of the extra time that he has. He'll probably be using that for more running and climbing mountains and whatever else that he does. But he's going to take some time, I imagine, to spend with his wife and children as well. This state, this industry, and this person in particular, we're going to sorely miss you. So thank you for your service.
Well, thank you all for the kind words. You know, it's interesting. I started in 1979. I was in high school, and I grew up in Carson City, and they hired student workers. And so I would come in and make sure back then people wrote reports with pens and pencils and notepads, and people would call me and say, I need some pens or pencils and fill up cars with gas. And I remember standing in front of the copy machine for hours making copying. I didn't know what it was. Turns out I was making copies of these reports that we all read. So yeah, I went off to college, and then in 1986 I graduated. In 1987, somebody told me the Gaming Control Board's hiring agents. So I thought, well, I still know some people down there. That'd be kind of a cool job. I'll see what it's all about. So started in 1987 as an agent, and figured I'd stick around a few years. And since after 5-10 years, I was fortunate enough to move up through the ranks and became chief of corporate securities and actually the divisions. And it's been great, but you know, it's really about, like, it's about all the people. I mean, it's been so fortunate to have a tremendous staff, not just throughout investigations, but throughout the entire board. And so for me, it's like, to your point, it's getting people in the right place, from the deputy chiefs all the way down to everybody that supports us. So it's kind of weird here in 35 years, but it's great. I've loved every minute of it. And thanks everybody for the comments. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
That, I ask for a motion on.
I think we're good. So we're at
Motion?
public comment.
Okay, so that was just, okay. All right, well, thank you. With that, thank you, Spilberry and Saints. That concludes our meeting, our Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of December, and we are adjourned.
Could easy do public comment?
Oh, that's right. Let's do public comment.
This item is
We're not
placed on-
adjourned.
This item is placed on the agenda for to provide an opportunity for the public to comment on gaming related matters. It is my understanding that there is no one in Carson City. So you
And no one here. All right. With that, that concludes our meeting, and for the month of December, we are adjourned.